may his soul rest in peace, Professor Mills, set up a constitutional review committee for this similar process. Again, in 2024, we had such an attempt. This year, when the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, took office, he said this was very dear to his heart and therefore inaugurated a committee to start this process. Our gathering here today as Ghanaian citizens is more than just a national exercise. It is a call to duty to lend our voices, experiences, and insight to shape the Ghanaian constitution that truly reflects our hope, aspirations, current realities, and all our desires for the future. Your thoughts matter. Your voice counts. And your participation is key in building a stronger and more inclusive Ghana. On behalf of the committee, you are welcome, and we start this process. Thank you very much. I want to, on this note, invite our own chairman for the Christian Council, Reverend Seth Mauto, to give us the opening prayer.
Please, shall we rise up for the opening prayer? Everlasting Father, we thank you for the opportunity of gathering together this morning. We thank you that you are concerned about every affairs of humanity. We are gathered here to deliberate, to suggest, and to propose how we want to live as Ghanaians. We ask that your Holy Spirit will lead us, give us understanding. We ask that all our contributions will make Ghana better and make our lives better. We ask for the of your Holy Spirit in every direction. May your name be glorified. And many more we asked through Jesus Christ our Lord with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Mauto, for that insightful prayer. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge some groups present here this morning for this important occasion, and also acknowledge some very important personalities, although we are all very, very important in this room today, because today is our day. Constitution is for us, and we are the people who are supposed to shape it. So we are all very important, and so I want to acknowledge everybody in the room seated here today. We have Farmers Association, Fishermen Association, Market Women Association, Shop Owners Association, Dressmakers and Tailors Association, Hairdressers, Beauticians Association, Woodworkers Association, Mechanics Association, Hoteliers Association. We have the GJA, Okada Riders Association, GPRTU, Protua, NATS, NAGRAT, TUC, PSWU. We have governance experts. We have GRNMA. We have School of Hygiene. We have UHAS, HTU, Ho Technical University. We have Ho Teaching Hospital. MPs, if any of them, have not cited any yet. We have the Christian Council. Of course, the chairman is here with us. We have our chief imam for the Volta region here present with us. We have the UHAS, SRC, NDC, NPP. We have other political parties, PNC, GCPP, any of you present, we acknowledge you. We have the EPCU, Evangelical Presbyterian University College. We have Ghana Police Service, Ghana National Fire Service. The list is on and on. I'll be mentioning them as we go along. I want to also specially acknowledge Togbe Drake Chigbe Enelia, the Paramount Chief of Akwepe Traditional Area, representing the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. We also have Togbega Abutia Kojo Gidi. I hope okay, he's on his way. Then we have Togbe Agbodada Enelia Agbobada Enelia, Chief of Adakulu Amfwe Togbe. We acknowledge your presence. I want to most especially acknowledge our honorable MMDCEs who have made time to be here with us. I want to also now especially acknowledge the first gentleman of the region, our own honorable regional minister, Honorable James Gunu, in our midst this morning. Honorable, you are welcome. We are so happy to have you. We know you are very tired. I learned you came in very late, but you are here with us for the importance you have attached to this program. We thank you very much for making the time to be here. I want to also acknowledge the Chief Director for the Volta Regional Coordinating Council, Mr. Augustus K. Awiti. He's also here with our regional minister. I want to acknowledge the Dean of all MMDCEs from the DCE for Adakulu. He's here with us, Honorable Ameku. We welcome you all and God bless you. Now I want to take the opportunity to introduce to us members of the Constitutional Review Committee who are present here with us this morning. The first I want to introduce is Professor Henry Kwesi Prempeh. Prof. Prempeh has been the Executive Director of the Ghana Center for Democratic Development. I won't read all. CDD Ghana. So he is our distinguished chairman for today. Also present here with us is Dr. Rena Akum Perija. I hope I had it well. He is the secretary to the Constitutional Review Committee and a member as well. We have our own Justice, Sophia O.A. Adinyira, who is also a member of the Constitutional Review Committee, present with us here this morning. We have here present with us Dr. Godwin Jokoto, who is also a member of the Constitutional Review Committee. We have here also present Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, who is also a member of the committee. We also have about 4 more members of the committee for knowledge sharing. I just want to mention their names. We have our own Madam Charlotte Kesson Smith Osei. Then we have Dr. A.C.E. Ansah, also a member. We have Professor Kwame Karikari, also a member. So these are the members of the Constitutional Review Committee set up by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to lead this process. On that note, we want to quickly move to the chairman and receive his opening remarks for today's occasion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam MC, the Honorable Regional Minister, eminent chiefs, the Honorable Chief Director and MMDCs present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Glad to be here this morning for our engagement in the regional capital of the Volta region. This would be our 5th public engagement since we started making the rounds about a couple of weeks ago across the country. The Constitution of Ghana is 32 years old. That would be roughly a generation. It's about half the life of the country. At the time it was adopted, the circumstances and the context were a bit different. The needs were somewhat different as well. We wanted to transition from a period of military-led rule to democratic governance. We have done that successfully over the last 32 years. We've had some notable achievements, stable peace, regular elections, term limits have been obeyed to the letter. We have had, therefore, smooth transitions from one government to the next, from one party to the next. These are very notable achievements given our history before 1993. So we have indeed had some successes with this constitution, but I believe that a generation is long enough for us to be able to take a look back and also note the gaps and the omissions, the mistakes, and the things that we could do a lot better. I think there's a certain understanding that our democracy needs some tweaking, let me put it that way, right? People are expecting more beyond regular elections, beyond the stable peace. I think Ghanaians are all looking for a great deal more from government, from citizens, from the Constitution. So this is, in a nutshell, what we think our mandate as a committee is. We are not a committee supposed to sit behind closed doors and just amongst the 8 of us come up with solutions for the problems that confront us as a country. Our mandate is to engage in an inclusive participatory process by talking to Ghanaians from all walks of life to determine what it is that we should be doing to our constitutional system going forward. And so that is what we have been doing since we were inaugurated at the end of January 2025. We have held a number of meetings. We held first a series of thematic stakeholder engagements in Accra, divided up the Constitution, all 26 or 27 chapters, into various thematic areas, and then began to engage the institutions, the organizations, the experts, the civil society groups, and others who work on these particular thematic areas of the Constitution. That roughly came to about maybe 13 or 14 such thematic engagements. So we have had engagements on themes like local government and decentralization, lands and natural resources, anti-corruption, public finance, the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, independent constitutional bodies, the Council of State, on and on and on. Beyond this, we also identified certain influential interest groups within our society and reached out to them for additional consultations based on those interest groups. So we have held interest group consultations with the business community and organized labor, with academia and professional bodies, the media, with the security services, the military, the police, fire service, immigration, I believe. And then we have held interest group engagements with the clergy, the faith community, mostly Christian and Muslim groups and their leaders in Accra. And we are scheduled to meet with the National House of Chiefs as well as the Council of State in the next few weeks. We have also held meetings with a number of eminent persons. These would be people who, by virtue of the positions that they have held within the constitutional framework, are people we believe have exceptional experience and insights to share with us based on their own experience as presidents, as speakers, as chief justices, as members of the Council of State. So we have met with the sitting president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We have met with former presidents John Agyekum Kufuor and President Akufo-Addo. We have met with former Vice President Bawumia. We've met with speakers Bagbin and Okwe. Met with former Chief Justice Sophia Akufo. We also have met with Nana Dr. S.K.P. Asante, who was quite instrumental in the making of the Constitution. And we are scheduled, as I said, to meet the Council of State and other persons in that category. But the final set of meetings is the set of meetings we have been having since the last 3 weeks, starting from the northernmost part of the country. So we've had engagements with the public in Bolgatanga, in Tamale, in Wa, and last week in Kofrodia. And this week we are here today to have a meeting with the people of the region who are in Ho or who could make it to this meeting. All of our meetings have been also live streamed, so it's happening. Others across the country are able to listen to us. We've also received a number of written submissions. So I think currently at the last count, the figures from my secretariat were roughly about 600 written submissions. People have sent memoranda, organizations and other groups have sent written memoranda, and you are also invited. If you have a particular point of view, you don't want to air it in public, or you can send it to us at constitutionreviewgh.org. So that's our email for sending written submissions. The meetings have been very lively everywhere. People have really given us a lot of insight, and we have really profited greatly from having these encounters across the country. No issue is off the table. So basically anything that's on your mind that you think, if there's a problem in the way the country is governed, whether locally or nationally, if there's a way you think resources are distributed, if there's a way power is exercised that you think is problematic, and you believe that somehow the Constitution can provide a remedy for it, you are invited to speak your mind. On the other hand, if you think the Constitution itself is the problem, or a part of the Constitution is the problem, please feel free also to say so. And we would be glad if you can also, beyond that, provide us with some insights by way of remedy, by way of suggestions, proposals for reform. So this is what the engagement is about. Everybody is free to speak their mind. I don't think there are any limitations. We don't have any restrictions in our mandate. It's open-ended, except, of course, there are some there's a way to amend the Constitution, so we cannot rewrite the entire Constitution. But within the limits of the amendment process, if there are any things that you think agitate your mind and you have a very interesting insight and a solution to it, please, you are invited to speak your mind. So on that note, I think I will hand over back to our moderator, and we can begin proceedings, and she'll tell you how the process will unfold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, we could do it better. Let's do it better for the chairman. Please, let's do it better. Let's do it better. Let's do it better. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Prof, for that introductory remarks. I want to also acknowledge the 66 representation from the 66 Artillery Regiment. We want to acknowledge representation from the Ghana Education Service. We want to acknowledge representation from the African Disability Institute. We want to acknowledge representation from the Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations. We also want to acknowledge the presence of the Ghana Bar Association. We want to acknowledge the presence of all our youth groups, our regional heads of departments, district heads of departments. We see you all. We want to also acknowledge our INGOs, Plan Ghana, and the rest who are here with us. Thank you all for coming, and God bless you. At this moment, we are here in the Volta region, and our father is here with us, the Honorable Regional Minister for the Volta region. I want us, with a round of applause, invite our own Honorable James Gunu, the Regional Minister, to give us his preliminary comments. Thank you, Honorable. You are welcome.
Thank you very much. Our distinguished members of the Constitutional Review Committee, Togbio, Mamao, Honorable MMDCs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I'm very happy to welcome all of us to this very important gathering. Togbio do aluade ometon ma aheodego. Banto na mare myself gbo anu de mani. Ama fiambe constitution akra na mi we alebe mi adama de fagbe ma manama akpe. Togbio be kahoho nu gbe aye yaodo. Evelia enya edula edu ekone etolia nenye be mieleve etre moa elebe mianove ava kpe ita miela fiado afi 1992 constitution ya na likea miedribe meshiame nako ife susuve the consultative assembly enya gbledelao tofodelao nuka dokawola nenyo meshiame nako ife susu coffee ne miakowo miafe constitution mayo ma menya meshiame se gomo amado ofil be nenye be wanglo edulise ne dukwa kelebe na nyame kenya este ado nya lawyer kra halebe wakpo court bede court akpekpe melehu afi nya awoni na tewa anonyi agrose kake the constitution, the 1992 constitution has proven to be the longest sustainable constitution But constitutions are dynamic because it must resonate with the societal dynamism. As we make progress as a nation, has gotten to a stage where we have to build on the existing foundations. We have to come back together as we did before. So the president did not say that, oh, okay, let's get this committee to just sit down and come out with a review. No. Because we started with a consultative assembly to come out with a constitution. So we have to go back and make sure that everybody takes part in this process. That is why we are here. Oba nunyaha adidwe asima sunel. Melama de kapetamo. Itamika tam yeva fiado. Either you are I want a number. Maybe I'm tempted to believe that God is a socialist. Because God created heaven, created the earth, and everything. And when he got to the creation of man, the Bible said, he said, let us create man in our own image and likeness. So we are here to create a constitution in our own image and likeness. So I want to welcome all of us to this particular engagement. Let us feel free and express our opinions on the Constitution. And I believe that this Constitution will stand the test of time for generations yet unborn. Akbenami.
Thank you very much. We could do that better. We could do that better. I wanted to try and interpret what our regional minister said, but I think he did justice to it at the end. He just gave 3 proverbs, and these proverbs he aptly explained in the latter end of his statement. Ta mia jibe mia ayiwonaji. Akpa. This part is very important to all of us. However, we know there are diverse people in the room. And therefore, this part, we want to hear your voice. What you want to see in our Constitution. What you want to see in this very Constitution review. What you want to be captured in there. And so this is an segment of the program. And this is the core of the reason why we are here. Mia jiba mia ho mia fa nuchocho. Na naneli na jiba wako da duli sama. Hikanya wo susu hikana jiba yade. Kofia. Monu kwakwali be na de wo susu akofia. Na vegbe na ta doa do vegbe. Na yevugbe na ba ya doa do yevugbe adulisa de mi ava se ta agbahimie do de mi atan do ko midui na wasemi ha mi ava gbe le dulisa ma. So we want to commence the process, and we will take 10 at a go. What we'll do is that if you have any comments, you put up your hand. We come, we line up, we take them one after the other, and then we break. If there are any reactions from the Constitution review team or this within the space, we will take that, but mainly from the committee. So we want to start. If you have anything now Yes, 1, 2, 3. Please keep your number. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Last one. 9, 10. So please just move from your seat. If you are at the far end, please stand in the lane. If you are here, come forward, speak, and let's hear you. Please come. Let's be in files in the middle. Please, let's be in a file in the middle. In the middle. Please move to the middle. Let's be in a long file. The middle row here, in between. Yes, please. Let's be in a long file. Thank you very much. So we take the first comment.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Reverend Geshin Kwame Osei. I'm standing in for Ghana Coalition of NGOs in Health, Volta region. What we wish to change or to be amended is about NGOs and civil society groups. Our core mandate is to fill gaps left out by the action and inactions of government. In other words, we are complementing government efforts to develop the nation. Unfortunately, we are being treated, the Constitution is treating us like businessmen who are making profits. We are not making profits. When you are going to register, you pay like a businessman. When you are going to renew your license, you are paying like a businessman. It's worrying us because we are helping the government. So we don't see the reason why the government should be taking money before we help him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, when you step forward, just stand. Do not turn your back. They are picking our comments. So just stand and speak to them. And then we all hear. Thank you.
Yes, so good morning, everyone. My proposal is going to be a bit lengthy. I'm Timothy Selikem Donko. I'm a lawyer of 2 years standing at the bar. Yes, so it is my understanding that the scope of work of encapsulate things, and my proposals would fall within this 3 scope. The first is to examine the past work of the Constitution and why there were pitfalls in the amendment process. The second is to solicit for information the amendment of the current Constitution. So I'll begin with my first proposal. The Prohibited Organizations Decree 1969, as repealed by SMCD 20, prohibits any form of speech or expression in favor of liberation of Togoland and renders it criminal. This law had its genesis some way back in 1969 by the National Liberation Council's decree. It was maintained by the Supreme Military Council. It became an existing law when the 1992 Constitution came into force, and subsequently has been enforced by various regimes and governments in prosecuting people who advocate for the liberation of Togoland. As I understand now, from 2017 to 2025, there have been 17 people who face prosecution in the courts of Ghana, and 9 of them has been prosecuted and convicted. I stand here as a lawyer for 3 of them before the High Court of Accra, Criminal Court 5. My proposal is basically that the Prohibited Organizations Decree is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional on 3 scores. First, because it violates freedom of speech and expression. If it was possible, given the historical antecedent that underscored our gaining of independence, for Ghanaians to advocate for independence of what? Ghana. And then under the colonial regime, it was not criminal for this advocacy. It was not criminal for people to advocate for the independence of Ghana. It is quite striking that under our own constitutional regime, advocacy for the liberation of Togoland or demanding that Togoland secede from Ghana is criminal appears quite unfortunate. Secondly, because the law is also discriminatory. Now, if you peruse section 1 and 2 of SMCD 20, as I mentioned, it focuses only on advocacy for secession of Togoland. So today I get up and say, I want the Northern Territories to secede. Or I get out tomorrow and I say, I want the Ashanti colony to secede. Or I want the Gold colony to secede. It is not criminal. But it is only criminal if you do so in regard of Togoland. So this violates 17 of the 1992 Constitution, and to that extent, it is unconstitutional. That first proposal. I move on to...
Please, I wouldn't want to cut you short, but I think we should make it succinct so that everybody in the room can have the opportunity. If it's a very lengthy proposal, we will propose that you send it to the committee, but just give us the highlights and then forward the whole document to the committee for their attention. So please indulge all of us.
Yeah, so for purposes of brevity, I think I'll postpone if there is a need for my earlier proposals, but I'll stand on the first to make a subsequent proposal.
Okay.
The 1992 Constitution, in particular Article 11. Article 11C provides that the existing law should constantly be reformed, be in tandem with the Constitution. Now, the Constitution is absent on how this reform is supposed to be done. It did not establish any institution to continue in constant journey of reformation. Now, I understand that in 1975, there's a law reform commission set up purposely to do this constant reformation of legislation. But you peruse the Law Reform Commissions Act 1975, it doesn't say that the Law Reform Commission is supposed to every year do this number of reforms. It says it's supposed to submit an annual report, but there is no peculiarity or specificity in terms of the scope of work that the Law Reform Commission is supposed to do. And this is why we have laws that are now still existing that are not in tandem with the 1992 Constitution. So there's a need for us to amend Article 11, particularly 11.6. In terms of existing law, we need to put in place an institutional framework for this constant reform to be going on to ensure that the laws are in tandem with what? The 1992 Constitution. I think let me make a final proposal and then I'll a day. Now, if you peruse Chapter 5 of the 1990 Constitution, which deals with human rights, fundamental freedoms, the intendment of the Committee of Experts, if you read the Committee of Experts report, was for the Chapter 5 not to be exhaustive of all human rights under the 1992 Constitution. So when you go under Article 162 and Section 162 and Article 162 and 163 of the 1992 Constitution, you could see things like media rights and freedoms. If you go to other aspects of the Constitution, if you go to Article 42, you see right to vote. So Chapter 5 is not exhaustive of all human rights, but I think this is a problematic framing of the 1992 Constitution. We need to have a particular chapter that is dedicated to all human rights and freedoms. This is so because it makes it easier that when you engage in a conversation of what human rights exist under the 1992 Constitution, it is a little easier. Now, if you go under the 1992 to Article 294 of the 1992 Constitution, it deals with legal aid. But it does not treat legal aid as a human rights issue. So then again, it backtracks to the point. If we were to put the Chapter 5 of the 1992 Constitution, would have been as what? A constitutional issue. So as of now, access to legal aid is not treated as a human rights issue. Now also in terms of the substance of the legal aid, if you go to Article 2941, it says that a person who wants to bring a constitutional action before a Supreme Court has access to legal aid. But then it leaves the discretion in the arm of the legal aid to assess whether or not the person has a potent constitutional issue. This administrative discretion is dicey because we live in a regime where we can camp up on constitutional actions based on the fact that we judge it not to be what? To be juicy or potent. Now, the second issue is that...
Thank you. I think you should forward your documents to the committee. Thank you very much. Please, let's take a cue from him,
Yes.
and let's make our contributions brief and straight to the point.
I will go straight to the point.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's Egbeun. I work as planning officer at the GES and also representing all of NGOs here today. I'll start from home. I want to see this proposal in the new constitution or the review. I am not happy how education is being managed. I think that we should have a system like the way WAEC is now, independent body managing education that will report to government. Like the way WAEC is being run, you can get bodies across the country. Maybe Northern sector will have one body, sector will have one body, and we have another bodies that managing education on behalf of government, reporting to government. I think that would be better than what we are doing now. I work in education, and I'm speaking from experience. As a worker in education, I feel reluctant sometimes to send my children to public school. Yes, fact. And all of us here will attest to that. So I want to see a proposal in the constitution that decentralizes education to the level that we can get efficiency and effectiveness in education. Secondly, decentralization as exists in now, we cannot call it decentralization. Government appoint DCEs, and government appoint top members of the assembly. Therefore, government control the assembly. Meanwhile, we say we are decentralizing. I want to see the government has not with the appointment in the. There should be election, and government should not appoint anybody to.
Thank you.
That is what also I want to see. Then I think that the current there's much power given to the presidency, and this can be understood because it was headed by a. But I think that it is that we part from the presidency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please. We have so many people in the room, and everybody has something to share. So let's give that space so that we can all make our points. And as usual, if you have a very lengthy contribution, please send it to submission@constitutionreviewgh.org. Submissions at Constitution Review GH, all one letter, Constitution Review GH.org. Thank you. So let's make it succinct. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is George Selassie Tasiame. I'm representing National Health Insurance Authority, Volta Regional Director. I have two issues. One on national development. It is obvious now that when government changes, policies change, program and projects changes. Can we have something in the Constitution that insulates and protects policies, program, projects started by the previous government to ensure and development of our country? That's one. Two, the National Health Insurance is to provide financial access to healthcare and help our people to be healthy and be productive. But then, for years now, the NHIS keep fighting illegal charges in health facilities. Per best practice, you will realize that internationally we have co-payment, which is not part of our NHIA Act. I want to appeal if National Health Insurance Act can be reviewed so that we incorporate co-payment, which will allow subscribers or Ghanaians to pay part of the fees at the facility to make it legal, not illegal. Because the fight is becoming personal, it's creating a certain relationship between the organization and the Ministry of Health, the Ghana Health Service, and other stakeholders. So if we review the act, it will make it mandatory, and I think access to healthcare, giving us a healthy body and productive nation will be achieved. Thank you.
Yo, medo agbendi na miapete. Tohea, Honorable MC Bubuto, medo agbendi no. Medo agbendi na minister. Bele amesiame le khwame le fi. Miapete mi le tohe. Togbuyo mamao agbendi na mi miawezo. Tokuku de me mejibe mado susudeda ike le constitution akpare ike kava fiafio. Miabe tokoro ma ne mi mlo inde khoma mi me vona. Ela be ejulisa me de mon mi be mako chu ko dare do kwinya gbole khomo. Julisa me de mon ambe ne mele yi ehene no kotoku me na mo. Gake nyemenya afikae ese adam egbe ne fiafio le. Wo ko na chudenchi na ehedenchi. Nanye be wo moto to eko yi de tefera wo meve wo tropo wa wo akho moto la sio veve sese ne miame do ale gbegbe yike majibe committee a no lenkude akpamanchi na demia peteji ne mille fiafiawa ejole sane de mon ne mi nya le obe enu ya fi kwa mi wo ala be togbenye no gbogbo mbe fiafi kamaku abe fi ma vona ne fiafi ku re fi ma kwa ya be fi ha etore fi ma fiafi onyi ejaba abe de mille fiafi o le egbosun deji lanu opon mi menya fi kai o le lanu opon le afi le zazao ta mede kuku mia alenkura akpamanchi mia pete mi kwa ne nyu ku ne mia fli esamara le same ne ensene no mio ha mi dogo fiafia ne mi wena de eve kwa ke vovodo susua akpena mi mia wele doji enyenye regional chairman na okara ko la opete le ho akpena mi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please hold on. So, briefly, what he's saying is that the Constitution does not allow ordinary citizens to wield weapons like guns and machetes. However, thieves and robbers are wielding such weapons and they are destroying the ordinary citizens. So he wants to see the Constitution allowing ordinary citizens to wield weapons and be able to defend themselves, shoot and kill when they get a thief. Thank you. Madam Kuku, now I want to time us. If you do 1 minute and you don't stop, let me get my phone. I will stop it at 1 minute. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Okay, 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you.
Please,
Thank you.
you are here. They are also here. If they take all the time, you will not get time to make your submission. So that is why we need to regulate it so that we can all have a chance and a bite at the contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. I stand on the existing protocol to make 2 submissions. The name is Addison Doji Monwe. I'm the District Chief Executive of Central Tongo. 1, on the election of assembly members. Currently, the assembly members, as they are elected, they don't have any fund to work. I want to propose that the next time there will be an election of assembly members, let the Constitution make provision for a dedicated fund for assembly members to work within their electoral areas, as we have for MPs. Even if it is 0.5%, 1%, I think it will help honorable assembly members to work effectively. 2, on DCEs, election or appointment. I want to propose that since the president of the country is being elected on a mandate to deliver, and that mandate will be complemented largely by the DCEs, the president of the day should be allowed to appoint, to nominate 5 people so that the Public Services Commission will screen those people to 3. Then the 3 are given to the electorate in the district to vote for the DCE for the district. This is my candid opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bless Kojo Katamane, DC for Akachi North. I have a couple of submissions to make, so I will make it snappy. Number 1, I would like to propose that the number of Supreme Court judges should be capped. Number 2, I would also like to propose that the Chief Justice should be limited on transfer of cases. Number 3, I would like the law that permits appointment of ministers from the parliament to be repealed. Number 4, I would also like to propose that the academic qualification for DCE and ministers should be at least first degree. Number 5, I would also like to propose that the tenure of presidents should be increased to 5 or 6 years, and also the number of terms should be increased to 3. Number 6, I would like to propose that education and health should be free from crèche to at least university. And the last one, I would also like to propose that the IGP and Chief Justice should not be appointed by the presidency, but should be allowed to be voted for by the police service as well as the lawyers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Matthias Sebefia. I work with NCC. I would like to propose first that the DCs should be elected as done in some other African countries. I also propose that the Chief Justice also be elected, not appointed by the President. I propose finally that the presidency term should be increased to 6 years. That will give enough time for the President or the government to execute its agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello, sir. Is it possible to make your last point again? We didn't get you. Thank you.
My final proposal is that the presidency term or the term of the president should be increased to 6 years. That should allow the presidency or the government to execute its projects and agendas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. My name is
Okay, it's 6 years, 6 6-year, 2 terms. Thank you.
Hello. Please, we take the next one. We take the next one.
Thank you.
You have the opportunity to also come and make your proposal. So let's take the next one. Thank
My
you.
name is Israel Aklobotu. My proposal is in line of Article 28, about rights of children. And the key principle in there has to do with protection, non-discrimination, and the best interests of children. So I want to propose to the committee if that article can be expanded by asking Ghana to dedicate a minimum budgetary allocation, yearly budgetary allocation from the national budget for all child protection related activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Ayene Asampua, Regional State Attorney. I want to suggest that Article 88 of the Constitution should be amended to make the Attorney General autonomous and independent from government. Because Article 88 says that 88.1 says that the Attorney General shall be a minister of state and shall be the legal advisor to government. Now, if the Attorney General is the prosecutor of persons that indulge in crime and is a member of government, legal advisor, and in fact, some of the projects that may fail and that will result in the prosecution of people might have also gotten the endorsement of the Attorney General as the legal advisor. And two, some of the Attorney General are members of parliament. Or once you are a member of government, you will not like to do anything to jeopardize the political fortunes of the government. So how are you going, and you are a cabinet member, how are you going to look into the face of your fellow cabinet minister and say, please, after this lunch, I'm going to file charges against you? Is that possible? So I want us to amend that. Even though we have tried to do so with the Office of the Special Prosecutor. But the Office of the Special Prosecutor cannot be autonomous from the Attorney General. Because Article 88 vests monopolistic prosecutorial powers on the Attorney General. And the framers of the Constitution never contemplated having a rival prosecutor in Ghana. That is why Section 4.2 of the Special Prosecutors Act says that the Special Prosecutor, for the purpose of its work, must be authorized by the Attorney General. So which means that the Special Prosecutor cannot be independent and autonomous. And so therefore, it means that once the Special Prosecutor is in court, the Attorney General has the constitutional power to take over all those cases, reframe the charges, or even enter null prosequi. So if we want to have a prosecutor that is independent and can't prosecute people whether in power or out of power, we need an independent Attorney General. And I think that we have been hearing politicians, when we come, we shall prosecute you, as if he is going to be the Attorney General. Because they know that unless, once you're in power, you are immune from prosecution. It is only when you leave office that they are prosecuted. That doesn't speak well of us. In fact, I am making this submission as a citizen, but not as the regional state attorney. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Francis Mauli Dometi, the CEO of Climatef GH. I want to see in our constitution more punitive measures that will be meted on people who are found doing illegal mining, more punitive measures. more especially on those who finance these illegal activities. Then secondly, I want to propose that the tenure in office for the president should be unlimited. As long as, yes, as long as Ghanaians, you and I, feels that the president is doing the will of the people, and we are all happy, comfortable with the president, we should continue to vote for him to be in office as long as life continues to be better. Thank you very much.
Hello. Excuse me.
Hello. 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 Please come back. We need some clarifications.
All right. The unlimited tenure. Is it like for what term? I mean, is it 6 years every then you go for election, or 4 years, or 5?
Yeah, the 4 years. The 4 years should continue, but as long as the president is healthy and is doing the will of the people, we should continue to vote for him.
All right.
My name is Vincent Ajika with the NCC. And I want to make a submission on the chapter 20 of the Constitution, that's on chieftaincy. When we look at the other institutions that have been established by the 1992 Constitution, all institutions have been given mandate to perform. But the chieftaincy institution, as an institution established by the 1992 Constitution, you read through the Chieftaincy Act itself and the provisions in chapter 20 of the Constitution, there is no mandate or function attached to the chieftaincy institution. And looking at the chiefs who are the custodian of our customs and values, and the continual deterioration of our value system, I think the Constitution should make provision for the mandate or function laid down in the Constitution for the chieftaincy institution as one very important state institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our first round. I want to turn to the high table and see if there are any comments, responses. Otherwise, we take the next round. Okay, I want to acknowledge the presence of the representative of the regional police commander. And the bird just whispered in my ears, saying that I've been moderating the session, but they don't know my name. So my name is Daiwil Eyura Be. I'm a Chief Program Officer with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Department of Gender. And I'm also the Regional Director for the Department of Gender here in the Volta region. Thank you. So we want to take the next round. Chair.
Just quick, I just want to follow up, just ask a question from Salikam. Salikam, if I can just engage you for a moment. I just need clarity from you in terms of the suggestions you made. Are you saying that there should be the law on prohibition of such organizations should be scrapped throughout the entire country, or your problem is that as it presently stands, it's limited to only the secession in terms of the Volta?
Please use the mic.
Okay. So that you can take the feed. Okay.
Hello? Yes. So my suggestion is bifurcated. Okay. Now, the first horn of it is that the law in its form, substance, and amendment is unconstitutional. So it has to be repealed in its entirety.
Okay, what is unconstitutional about it?
Now, again, I made reference to section 1 and 2 of the law. One says that it is unpermitted to proselytize, assemble, protest, preach, campaign for the secession of any part of Ghana from the entire wholesome body of Ghana. That banning of proselytizing, campaigning, preaching, or assembling is unconstitutional because it violates Article 21(1)(a) in terms of freedom of speech and expression, and violates Article 21(1)(d) and F in terms of freedom of protest and assembly. So this is an unjust limitation.
So if I understand you, you are saying that it should be possible for people to propagate for secession from Ghana?
Of course, yes. It should be possible for you to, by speech, make the campaign. Whether or not...
That instead of keeping us together, people should actually leave us.
No, not necessarily. So I think you are, the assessment is not on the merit. The assessment is based on that people should be able to speak about anything. We should even say that, we should be able to even say that Ghana cannot exist. And it should be permitted speech. Now, it is completely different on the merit to say whether or not, if you make such suggestions, it should be upheld. So freedom of speech should be able to permit for people to, because then I cannot even come here and say that the law itself is unconstitutional, because that will be an unpermitted proselytizing, and then I'll go to jail. So, and there's a reason why I put a historicity to the argument, because before we became independence in 1957, we had to campaign for the grouping of all these territories. As far as you are informed, in 1956, Togoland was not part of what would have been Ghana. Yes, Togoland joined in 1956 due to the plebiscite. Until 1902, Ashanti was not a colony.
As you consider it now, we are now a republic.
We are a republic.
With defined territory.
Exactly.
But you are saying that you are advocating for secession.
No, again, that's on the merits. For people to be permitted to be able to do the advocacy, not to say you are advocating for secession. In the market of ideas, all ideas must be entertained. I should be able to come here and say we shouldn't even be having a constitutional review committee, or the constitution at all shouldn't be amended. It shouldn't be a prohibited or a criminalized speech. But whether or not on the merits, if I say a constitutional review committee shouldn't be held, makes sense or not, it's another thing. Now, if you criminalize speech in that manner, you empty, malnourish the community of ideas or the marketplace of ideas. So it is impossible for us to have a thought that even Ghana shouldn't be the way it should be. If you say that, okay, people cannot say that, I want to move away from Ghana. Now, let me take you a bit further. In international law, in the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, Section 1 of the law says that everybody is entitled to the right to self-determination. Now, this right to self-determination means that every group of people can decide the destiny of their territory, which means that, rightly, connected with the idea of self-determination is also the idea of what? Advocacy for secessionism. Now, if you take it at length, there is a colonial idea behind this whole idea that you can campaign to move away from a particular territory. And as my former lecturer, and I'm very well that you are aware of international law, there's something they call ut possidetis, which is a principle in international law that says that.
So, may I intervene? What is your constitutional proposal?
The constitutional proposal, so again, my proposal is a legislative reform. Yes.
So that's where I was getting to. This is a statute. It can be repealed.
Yes.
Right? So why haven't you been advocating for the repeal of the statute?
I'm currently in Supreme Court to strike out the law, actually.
But that is the judicial review part, right?
Yes.
Assuming that you are taking a pretty risky path, right? If you go to the Supreme Court and the court says it's not unconstitutional, right? And then back,
yes,
Parliament for your MPs to repeal. I mean, this issue keeps coming up. I get your point, actually. I'm probably more sympathetic to it than most. But the Constitution, constitutional review process is just one way of dealing with issues like this.
Yes.
Unfortunately, too many of the problems we have with law in Ghana are statutory problems, right?
Yes.
Laws that have been on the books forever.
Yes.
Almost never repealed.
Yes.
A lot of our Criminal Offences Act provisions come from the 60s. Many come from the military regimes. and maybe they don't make sense today any longer. Very little for the appeals. Your MPs are legislators. We have private members bill mechanism for citizens working with their MPs to get Parliament to propose law, including to repeal laws. So some of these things, many of these things can be repealed in Parliament.
Yes.
Right? Because the Constitution also, as my good brother here also drew my attention to, has a provision on the territories of Ghana.
Yes.
Right? Article 4 of the Constitution says that the territory of Ghana consists of the territories that were in existence at the time of the Constitution.
Yes.
Right? So that is it. This is Ghana.
Yes.
Right? Now, I agree with you. Saying that Ghana should be redefined to exclude Bono or Volta region, it's not a big deal for me, right? Especially if it's just speech. If it's speech, mere advocacy with no other action to secede, maybe it's overkill for us to be going through putting people in jail just for advocating this, right? Or maybe limiting it to only one part of the country. So that's an idea that can be processed through Parliament. Yes. You can get your MPs, the regional caucus in Volta region. The MPs can come together and say, look, this law is not doing anything. It's merely criminalizing some of our constituents who really are just speaking their mind. What's the problem? Your MPs can do that. Yes. They can introduce a bill. So what's the problem?
I agree with you on that point. There's a reason why I brought this issue before the Constitutional Review Committee. Now, in 2011, when the committee sat, the previous commission sat on the review process for the Constitution, a 54-page document was submitted in regard of this thing. It was dismissed based on this argument. The same argument that it's not a constitutional issue, that it can be a legislative reform. But if you go to page 2 of the 979 document produced by the Constitutional Review Committee, under executive summary, it says that the scope of work of the Constitutional Review Committee includes 3 things: legislative reform, administrative action, and constitutional changes. So in your report, you can make legislative reform by proposals. That is why I'm bringing it again. That proposal must be made to government. Now, on the issue of whether or not I have the capacity to mobilize people, MPs and ministers, it's another thing. There's an entirely political enterprise on the thing. The reason why we choose the Supreme Court judicial review process is that we've attempted to whip. Yes, it hasn't worked. So,
to talk to your MP and say that this is our main concern. We want this thing to be removed because it unfairly criminalizes our constituents. It doesn't add any value to anything. And we say this in many of the forums we've held because people bring up issues and like, well, why have you bottled up this issue for so long? Constitutional review exercises are pretty discretionary, right? They don't happen often. There is a standing mechanism, which is Parliament. When you said in your second proposal, in fact, I was going to come the second point to make. Basically, there is almost like no process. There is a process. Parliament is a sitting, standing body that constantly updates our laws. That is the function of Parliament. Unfortunately, we are not using our MPs to do a lot of that. So issues come up before a Constitutional Review Committee that actually should be everyday issues being talked about in Parliament for MPs to deal with. So we are allowing our MPs to get away with probably not doing a lot of what they should do. If this is such a burning issue and it unfairly criminalizes speech by particular constituents, MPs in Ashanti are not bringing this up because there's no law prohibiting them from saying that. MPs in Burundi don't have to worry about it. But if your MPs here have constituents who are being jailed for just saying this, and they are not going to represent you, then there is a problem, right? So I do think that there is a process. When you say that there is no mechanism, judicial review is one, of course, but Parliament is another. And I've served on the Law Review Commission too. Law Review Commission is also there, right? So there are routes where you can channel these grievances And I believe that if it's such a big issue, your regional houses of chiefs can meet with your MPs and say, look, this particular law has been on the books for too long. It is really unfairly targeting persons in the region. It doesn't apply to any other part of the country. Therefore, let's repeal it. And you can draft a bill to that effect and process it through Parliament. Yeah, easily.
Now, Salikam, just a pointer. But you spoke about a submission you made in 2010. 20, yes, but do you have a copy? Yeah. Okay, so kindly forward it to us to take a look at. And then I think that should be fine for now. Right?
But let me take you something more. Now, regarding on the fact that there is Parliament that is supposed to be the institution that constantly revises our law, it brings into my attention Article 108. We understand that Article 108 puts a restriction on members' bill, that any bill, so long as it affects the coffers of this country, cannot be brought. Now, this is a law that places charge on the police and other people to make arrests and do all manner of things. Do you not think that going by a member's bill to amend this law would be caught up in the web of Article 108?
No.
That is what
So the reason private members' bills are now permitted in Parliament is because Article 108 has been reinterpreted by the Speaker, right? So it's really a matter for the Speaker's interpretation. And the Speakers now say the rule in Parliament is that 108 interpretation that you just read is too elastic and it doesn't cover all of these things, right? So it's been read much more narrowly to apply only to like particular bills called money bills. It's a form of a bill, right? Not any bill that has a tangential effect on the public coffers, because then, like you rightly said, almost all bills will fail the 108 kind of test. Private members' bills will fail that test. But because they want to allow private members' bills, they have now read 108 very narrowly, not to have the effect that you just described. So I don't think you'll be caught up in 108. And in fact, many bills are being processed now through Parliament on the basis of this new reading of 108. And I really seriously think that this is a matter for the regions, leaders, including chiefs and the politicians, to basically band together and say, look, this thing is old, it's archaic, it doesn't really do anything except put people in jail for no reason. What's the point, right? So I do think that that legislative route, in my view, is the best route to take for this kind of work. A number of points raised about the MMDC issue. Now, this has been one of the most, I guess, most popular topics, both in our stakeholder engagements and in the public forums that we've held. I think there's a general consensus that has emerged at this point that MMDCs are going to be elected, that we should elect them. And that, I think that principle is accepted. Once you go beyond the principle and you start looking at the consequences of electing MMDs and the implications, then you begin to see that it's not a simple matter, right? And that's where different ideas come up. So the point has been made about, for example, the role of what happens to the government appointees that are currently in the assemblies. What happens to the role of chiefs once we start electing? One of the reasons we're meeting the National Houses of Chiefs, and all of our forums have been attended by chiefs, from the paramount chiefs to members of the regional Houses of Chiefs. And many of them basically are also looking for this opportunity to redefine the relationship between traditional authorities and our locally elected assemblies. Currently, since the president is appointing, obviously chiefs have some influence. They don't have a veto, but at least when the president is appointing, even if it's appointing through the party, I think maybe some consultations with chiefs would take place, maybe privately or something of the sort. The moment you start electing, then even that influence that chiefs have would be lost. We have seen a situation where now, unlike in the colonial days, among the reasons why chiefs were sidelined is education and all of that. Now chiefs are actually they can compete with the politicians in terms of education, in terms of exposure, in terms of technical skills and all of that. So the idea of just putting the chiefs aside and letting only certain categories of non-royal educated citizens run the country is very difficult to sustain. That argument is no longer winning. So chiefs are making some real strong case for inclusion. And I think that is an argument that really is something that has to be looked at seriously because chiefs have important complementary roles to play. So one, what is the effect on chiefs? The second issue that has come up is also questions have been raised about when you start electing mayors. We currently have 261 districts. A country like Kenya, about more than 2 times maybe the landmass of Ghana, much larger landmass, much larger population, about 50-something million, much larger economy, have about 47, 48 counties, they call them. So from the central government, you go straight to counties. And we have 16 regions, central government, 16 regions, 261 districts. Many of the districts don't even have a viable base to tax anything. They don't have property to tax. Some even don't have markets. And yet they are supposed to lead and drive development at the local level. So questions have been raised about the numbers. Are these numbers viable from an economic standpoint so that these units we call districts can actually drive development? Should we think about amalgamating some of them so that they create viable economies at the local level? Questions have also been raised about the District Assembly Common Fund, the amount, the control of it. Proposals have come about making sure that the monies are not spent in Accra. If we are going to elect mayors, do we still need MP's share of the common fund? Somebody just said even assembly members don't have any portion of the fund for their own electoral areas. Some chiefs have also proposed that we should give them, because they do a lot of work for the community, that assembly share of the fund that goes to MPs must go to them or must go to the assembly members. So there are a lot of proposals coming up. The gender community has also raised questions. In our elections of MPs, we see how very few women we elect to parliament. If we start electing MMDCs, are we going to elect any women at all? How are we going to solve that particular problem of representation based on gender? And then there is the party issue. Somebody just said, should the president not nominate 5 or 3, and then they go through a screening process and it's whittled down to whoever the community chooses to vote for, so that it will be a one party. One party essentially controls it because the president is from a party. Presumably he or she is going to nominate people from their party, and then the community will vote for that one party candidate. Is that what we want? Or do we want local communities to elect, right? So then that same problem we have now, if you go to portions of the country where one party has a big stronghold. So let's say you come to the Volta region or you go to Ashanti. These are the world banks, so to speak, of the two main parties. So let's say an NDC president then nominates people who will be MMDC in Kumasi. It's still the one party that is running the country. And an MPP president presumably will nominate MPP. So regardless of the fact that the local people strongly prefer a particular party, nonetheless, because of that proposal that the gentleman made, if you were to have a president from the other party, your local people still don't get to choose really the people they prefer to govern locally. So is that the ideal situation? Or should we go for a situation where if you are, the local people just express their preference, nobody nominates anybody? But if we were to go to that point, can you imagine how many people will stand for election in a municipality in Ho? How many? If the parties are not involved, how do you filter the number? So there's a lot of questions we haven't asked ourselves yet, right? So those of you who, and we still have a window for written submissions. I think those of you who have experience either as bureaucrats or technocrats within local government or who are politicians, I mean, you can think through some of these problems and maybe put something down for us, because a lot of thinking needs to go through this. We have never done this before from the colonial period. Many countries have done that. Some of the fears that we have experiences from other African countries. Sierra Leone, for example, the mayor of Freetown is from a different party from the president's party. So, but Yvonne Sawyer works with the president. They've been working over 8 years. It still works, right? Kenya experiences that all the time. Even Dakar. They've been electing their mayors for a long time. So we can learn from other experiences. It's not as, we shouldn't fear change. This idea that if you are a mayor in Ho and there's a president of a different party than the local people prefer, that they will starve them of resources and stuff like that, it may not be necessary. We don't have evidence of that. So let's try to think outside of the box, but the implications are very weighty. We need to think through them seriously. One thing the committee doesn't want to do is propose a solution that will compound the problem. We don't want to propose things, think we are solving a problem, then we are creating new problems. Because this process doesn't come around often. So we have to try to get it right. So we need a lot of help in terms of ideas about how this is done. And so I will appeal to you. These are all very good suggestions. But I think we should think through it a little bit more in terms of the implications of the changes we are making. The point about the Attorney General being autonomous, if I hear you correctly, Brother Moses, I think your concern is with the Attorney General's monopoly of prosecution, is the prosecutorial part of the job. Now, and you would prefer that career prosecutors, for example, be in charge of the prosecutorial function. This is indeed, common in many places, right? And the Kenyans have tried to solve it by making the Attorney General not have any prosecutorial power at all, and actually appointing a Director of Public Prosecutions, that's a constitutional office, who has a fixed tenure and all of that. And so they've taken the Attorney General completely out of prosecution. We have received proposals about similar proposals. Some of it say we should merge the OSP with the corruption division of SHRAC to create an anti-corruption. Because most people think that the real conflict of interest comes in areas of corruption or criminal cases dealing with politically exposed persons. The rest, murder and all of those cases, nobody really worries about it. And in fact, our AG almost never prosecutes those kinds of cases. It's the cases involving politically exposed persons that is problematic. So a lot of proposals are coming around those areas. And so I'm just giving you some additional information that people are equally concerned about this. The term of the president, even some of the former presidents we have spoken to agree that maybe 4 years is too short. All of them want to keep the 2 terms. But there are proposals around 5 years or 6 years, that kind of stuff. But that would, as for the unlimited term, this is the first time I have heard it. This is the first time I've heard anybody who wants to make the president into a monarch. But we've had those proposals. A lot of concern about the independence of the IGP also. Quite a number of people are concerned about the way certain office holders change with coming governments. So the proposals we have received all more or less focus on making sure that the term of an IGP, the tenure of the IGP is not coterminous with the tenure of a president, so that there will be some stability in the office. Law enforcement will be less political, less partisan, and we can have that kind of an arrangement. But I mean, the views we are hearing here essentially resonate in terms of some of the points we are making. The last point the NCC person made about chieftaincy. Well, the truth of the matter is chieftaincy is not established by this constitution, right? The constitution merely recognizes it, right? And it says that chieftaincy will continue based on customary law and usage as established by the people themselves, right? So it is not the constitution that establishes chieftaincy. The constitution merely recognizes it and affirms it as part of our system, right? So the mandate of chiefs and chieftaincy comes from customary law and usage, not from the constitution. The constitution establishes only regional houses of chiefs and national houses of chiefs, and those are given particular mandates in the constitution. They have particular functions. Now you can say that maybe we should expand the functions, or maybe chiefs should play a bigger role through those institutions. That's fine. If that's the proposal, then you can put it out. What exactly should they be doing more than they are doing? Already, I think even the current law recognizes that chiefs have an important role in adjudication of disputes. So our Arbitration Act, for example, allows you to take your matter to a chief instead of to a court, and then the court will recognize it, right? If you want more of that, if you think we are at a point in our history now where we must bring chiefs mainstream governance at the local level, absolutely. I think those are proposals that people are willing to entertain. So feel free to bring up those issues. The chieftaincy question has also come up in the context of natural resources, natural resource governance. One former president we met was very clear that without bringing chiefs and local communities into the governance of natural resources that are found within the particular area, you can't solve a problem like Galamsey. People think that the current arrangement where the central government owns all the minerals and controls how it's governed without participation of local communities in the decision making is not sustainable. That's one view. So there are proposals around that. So these are some of the things that are coming up. And so again, feel free. So I haven't seen a woman yet. We've had very strong participation from women in all of the regions, and I hope that thy will be done here too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are going for the next round. My women, you are in the house. Don't disappoint at all. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4, 5. Now, Togbe, I want to crave your indulgence. Obana machichi la chivode, kachivole zoma. Ta mada kukuna Togbe bobo nyaode, nongule daddy. Namye homa shama tovode. Miava miagbo. Ta mieva vaga miagbo. Akbe. So I have 5 from here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me take those on this line, 11 and 12. I'll come here before I come back here. So please, the 12 from here, kindly line up in the middle and let's start. And as I said, we all want to say something. So please keep your submissions succinct and short so that we can hear everybody's voice. Thank you. Reverend, please, the mic is on the seat.
Thank you very much. My name is Seth Kwesimauto, representing the Christian Council of Ghana. My submission in regards to freedom of worship, freedom of religion, where we have situations where other traditions or customs imposed on other institutions. We want the Constitution look at that. For example, especially that which happens in Accra and other regions where they are celebrating their whatever festival, and it is imposed on the Christians not to drum, not to play any instrument and other things. I think the Constitution must look at that so that we all have total freedom to perform as we want to do. That is my first submission. The second one is something I have been thinking about in regards to the way chaos, disturbances comes into our elections every year. I want to submit, if it is possible, can we have 2, 3, or 4 party politics, party in the country? And we do it this way. If one rule for 4 or 2 terms, it goes to the second one. It goes to the third one. It goes to the fourth one. So what we will do is that the party that is coming, they are to give us 2 or 3 people that we should select for. That's my side.
Thank you. I am Alex Kosi Akpo from International Federation of Women Lawyers Paralegal Group, Volta. My first is on the Article 93.1 and going to 2, 93.2, the composition of Parliament. I wish to suggest a special seat to be created for minority groups like persons with disabilities and women, just as we have in places like Burkina Faso, Kenya, Zimbabwe, and Uganda. This will give us also a fair representation. Also, going to Article 252.2, that is the common fund. I wish to plead or submit that the 5% that Parliament allocates to the assemblies. In practice now, we have 3% of that common fund going to persons with disabilities as a social intervention tool. But I think there is no legal backing for that. And in 2017, but for the threat of the disability fraternity to go on a demonstration, it was almost scrapped. So we are pleading if it could also be made part of a constitutional provision so that no government can bully us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm David Gelly, the Regional Chairman for National Association of Graduate Teachers, NAGRAT. Please, my first submission borders on Article 71 office holders. I want to plead that if there should be anything at all, it should be scrapped and make every public service worker equal before the law. We have teachers who work for over 35 years. They go on retirement and their benefit or emoluments are not even up to 1 month's salary of Article 71 office holders. So we want to appeal to the review committee to take off that, especially in this dispensation where we are facing a lot of economic hardship. My second proposal is on pricing of goods and services in this country. We've realized that there is no regulation that borders on how businessmen and women price their goods and services, and so everybody somehow, anyhow, determines how they sell their goods and services from one place to another. But if there's any regulation, we think that this can benefit members. Parliamentarians should also be given a limitation whereby they will not be there until further notice. People are in Parliament for 16, 24 years and so on, and they are there. We have other technocrats, other people who can equally go there. So if we give them 3 years, or even as the presidency, they should be continuous with the presidency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. This is Elias Nate, the Speaker of Parliament to USSRC. And today, I'm talking not for only myself, but for the thousands of Ghanaian students who feel the Constitution to speak on their daily struggles. Mr. Chairman, please, I would like the Constitution Review Committee to improve upon Article 25, the one that talks about education being a right. I believe that the Constitution should go beyond making education a right, but to create fairness in accessing scholarship opportunities and other things that are of importance to students. And also, I would like the Constitution to give or create a place for student leadership in governance so that issues that are affecting students can be shared during meetings and during discussions regarding students and then the progress that we can make as a country. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mama Nenyo the First, 2024 Vice Presidential Candidate of the PNC. I have with me a 4-page paper which I'll submit later. I'll just pick out one point to make it simple. And that is on the Electoral Commission and the electoral processes. Due to increasing technological advancement and the digital expectations of the modern day electorate, certain aspects of the Electoral Commission's operations, particularly the nomination of political party candidates, have become outdated and overly bureaucratic. Political parties, example, political parties and independent candidates are required to complete extensive paper-based nomination forms, collect signatures from hundreds of endorsers across all regions, and submit this physically to the EC. This process is time-consuming, expensive, prone to error, and disproportionately affects smaller parties, women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This submission presents 5 key proposals aimed at deepening democratic accountability, promoting separation of powers, and strengthening state institutions. In a nutshell, the EC and EAST operations must be reset, digitalized, and with limited bureaucracy. Thank you very much. I'll give you a clean one. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, or we are in the morning. Good morning. I am Eric Odro-Danso from the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. I have two proposals. Number one, the Constitution spell out that if you are 70 years, you can't even stand for an assembly member. And the idea behind that statement that I believe is equally important to every public servant. So I want to submit that if you are 70 years and above, you should be banned from holding any public office. You have time for your grandchildren. Number two, I also want to submit Article 146 about the removal process of the Superior Court judges. I have a big problem with it. See, someone can start as a district magistrate court judge and rise to become a Supreme Court judge or high judge. But for the mere fact that certain infractions, they can even stand on procurement breaches and just dismiss you, of which you lose all your entitlement. And those people even don't have any administrative sanctions. Like other civil servants, there are certain minor offenses that you can be sanctioned internally. But to them, you don't have that sanctions. The only punishment you have is removal. And the moment you are removed, you lose everything. You lose virtually everything. So now that we have the opportunity, let us look at the removal process and think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Princess Lovia Tete from Lavid Foundation and representing the Civil Society Organizations platform on the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, based on Chapter 3 to 6 of the Constitutions, and in regards to the meaningful participation, development, and inclusion of women, girls, persons living with disability, and the youth in decision-making process. I realize that Ghana has a good framework. We have documentations, but when it comes to implementation, the effectiveness of our policies, of our programs and our actions, necessary input from stakeholders. And we are not tokens, but we are part of the fiber that is woven into the development of this country. So we need to select clear targets and goals on how we want these target groups to participate in decision-making and development. An example is, I have a youth organization, youth-led. I pay a registrar general for documentation, and then I need MPO license. I go back to my local assembly, or all the local assemblies I'm operating in, I have to pay. If you are paying salaries, it means you have to go to GRA, pay withholding taxes, you have to go to SNIT, pay SNIT contributions. Then if you are a youth organization, you have to register with the National Youth Authority. And these are fees we are paying. We are here to cushion the efforts of government. But it looks like we are now receiving a lot of financial burdens. And so if there are incentives for youth organizations or youth enterprises, it's going to help a lot. Secondly, my point has to do with the declaration of assets by senior office holders. And for me, I want it to be done before you enter office, during office, and even post after you've left office in order to promote accountability, transparency, and ensure that resources are managed and used well. My other point has to do with, yes, I'm talking for all the ladies. And my other target
one.
Yes, that's the last one. Yes, my other point borders on the rate of cyber violence, cyber threats. Anti-money laundering or money laundering is increasing. And we have seen in days some of our senior office holders, even being some corporates of it. And we don't have punitive, serious punitive measures that are meted to these office holders or to the perpetrators of this act. And so I want clear targets and guidelines to ensure that these punitive measures are given to them. And the last one, in regard to gender-based violence, we are saying that when you attain, the age is 18, but within Article 28, verse 5, the criminal law age of consent is being 16 plus 1, but look at the introductions, it says 18. So we've seen some disparities within the constitutions, and we need to sit down and really review to ensure that some of these discrepancies and disparities are being looked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Please, my name is Susie Soguaka from African Disability Institute. Please, my first question has to go with who a person with a sound mind is when it comes to constitutional rights. Then the second one, to ensure value for Ghanaians' money and continuity of development projects, despite change in government, can there be an aspect of the Constitution that states how government should use money for developmental projects? Because we are all in Ghana. We know when a government comes on power and is doing well, we know that. So there should be a limit to how projects are being implemented. One party starts, no end. The second party comes with project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Pa Enyonam Hello. I also represent Africa Disability Institute. Our fiscal structures in this country is not helping persons with disabilities. So I would like to suggest, before MMDCs will grant a building permit, I think they should look at the accessibility features in this building and plan before the permit. And the second one is assistive devices for persons with disabilities. If someone imports these assistive devices to this country, the way they are paying heavy taxes on the assistive devices is making them sell it in a higher price so that persons with disabilities cannot afford it. Majority of them, they are not working. So if this assistive is expensive, how can they access it? So I would like to suggest those who are selling these assistive devices should be exempted from some taxes to make it more easier for us to afford it. Thank you very much.
Manyi banami kan akamati bubuto pla eduada. Yang kwenye Frank Lawe alo Raskimono. Matora efiare Ghana National Tailors and Dressmakers Association whole chapter for unkoma. Marakuku mieji ba miapa Julisa na jalaba wa trashila
mi ashinu dɔwɔla wo ŋuti wana be ɖuƒe nanɔ mía si le míaƒe municipal assembly wo kple míaƒe ministerial appointees me abale ke o appoint na education minister alebe ashinu dɔwɔla ɖe hã anɔ afuma míexɔe se be exegbe xe dona nenye be wova vevietɔ be woawɔ assembly revenue mobilization na amawo mewɔna ɖeka kple mi o ɖukua ge ɖe ƒewo koa woxlẽ machines wo kple ɖeviwo ke wobe ehiã be nàko ʋu ya leke va míexɔe se be ne mía ame aɖe le municipal assemblya aɖo aɖaŋu na wo nyuie amewo kura edɔ ɖeka ko wɔna dɔwɔƒe aɖewo kura woƒlena mɔ dzana ɖi be ɖeviwo no va srɔ̃ nu faa gake woava eye ne gɔmesese meli o koa ke wotu dɔwɔƒe na o míeɖo ŋku di be dziɖuɖu ye yiwo nɔ anyi va yia wote hena fe be ame yiwo wɔna science woayi ƒugodo ava srɔ̃ nu míɔ hã míaƒe ve me le tamim vevie be woaɖo asinudɔwɔlawo ɖo ɖa be woave srɔ̃ nua nyuitɔ zikpuiwo katã de ɖe afi ya nenye be woɖo mi ɖa eye míeva srɔ̃ nyuitɔa ewo nam be xe yiwo mía producer anyakpɔwu Chinatɔwo gɔ hã eye míaƒe asinudɔwɔlawo katã akpɔ ŋgɔ yi ibe ananya be asinudɔwɔla manɔ dukɔ ya mata kpɔ ŋgɔgbe yiyi o ke nye nya velia na nye ŋutɔ ye nye be míaƒe electoral commissioner adzom vevie pa be wòanye ɖokuisinɔ dɔwɔƒe vevietɔ woƒe agbonugla maganye government appointee o ke nye nya tɔlia nye be mía katã míenya be dukɔmeviwo nye gake ewɔ míte ne ɖo ya ɖo yi vevietɔ ŋkɔ ŋlɔ yi na voters ID card alo kɔda yia nyanɔviwo ne de godoa gbadagbawo ɖe afu na mi ŋutɔ evɔ wònye be míɔ hã dukɔmeviwo ko míenye heya ewɔ na mi sẽe ta míedi be na mi akpe na mi.
Maɖeku mamletɔ gazɔ hamadzi na mase.
Menɔ gbɔgblɔm be
gbadagbawo
ye gbadagbawo wolɔna gbadagbawo menye kpovitɔwo lo tɔwo wonɔna awu me bɔdata woe me tso womawo ɖe míaƒe gologiwo mekplinu kura wonɔna mekplinu na mi evɔ mía katã mía gbadagbawo ƒe awua ɖoɖoa vɔvɔ dzi na mi ta ne míekpɔ nenema ke dodo le xɔ me kura fumɔa ezuna agba dziɖuɖua ne le ŋku ɖe eŋu na mi akpe.
So he made 3 key submissions. The first one, he says that there must be a provision for government to include artisans in assembly nominations because they pay a lot of tax and they have a lot of discrepancies with the local assemblies. So they will appeal that the law should enjoin government to include the artisanal associations in appointments. The second one, he says that they know that there are quotas for scholarship for other professionals to study abroad. Provisions must also be made for local artisans to have such opportunities to study abroad, improve their skills to support the country. The third one, he says that the EC should be independent of government. He says that government must not appoint the EC chair. Then the last one, he says that during election, he is appealing that soldiers are not deployed to the voting centers and communities because sometimes they are intimidated, not sometimes, they are intimidated by the presence of soldiers in the communities and in the polling stations. So these are his submissions. The registration time, during registration and voting. So deployment of soldiers, they want that to be limited during the electioneering processes. Okay. Only in the border towns? Okay. All right. In the border towns. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we take the next one.
Thank you. My name is S.Y. Ahosu Untimentaki. I represent the mobile money agents. Of late, we can hear or know that a lot of our colleagues they've been killing them. But when it happens so, we've not been hearing anything from the government. At times, when we are robbed and they've arrested the people, they only bring them to the police headquarters or anywhere for identification. It happens to me. Likewise, my friend, Divine. We were not killed. But when it happens so, 3 days ago, one of our colleagues have been killed. When it happens so, we have not been hearing anything from the government. So we want to appeal or suggest to the government that of late, mobile money is coming to stay, as we know. Everybody here is having mobile money on his or her account, on phone. It is coming to help us. So we want to suggest to the government that they should make a law or something to protect we, the agent, when it happens so. Thank you.
My name is Francisca Afanyede. Sister Daiwe Mother Kuku na the monaba my local Mother Kuku. Mado Apagba. Nyanya Kwenyaba Kuyela. Majiba Manyaba. Dulisa Pakpaika. Damagbana Hohaila Okla Apacholao. Alaba Ankaka Vayala Nyapan Toma. Magloba Apachola Okla. Opa dopa ikakpo nya hohaila okla pachola opa that no boa omak bakpamda mianchio to be precise rent control alaba fifi laya na ina hohaiga fifi laya oba na ko si di alafa driving na nui oba chamber in hall na be aka advance oba si di anuka oba na ka pava na pava mala shiwa mahogo vono da mo ha cho tapa vovo miapa anuto ma o makpo Japan gaka na miapa Nigeria kpla me matova yo hojima awe kanya Ghana vi ho haiga maga kpoga hai ho o koga na wa na ma kanya miapa nyigba to ha o jana agbagba be yo jira nyigba na mia no fi yo cho gakpogodova o jira nyigba na wa ha fi wo hai ho otu ho ahai na mia ho wi mama bia ba duli sara kama damagbana mia ho hai la ola akpamagodia plama yoto gakpo godova nyigba plama fia apachoma hai na mia du koma fiore ala tepa aga kokpara mba mia pa si o mie channel mia pa Ghana tifia ohwe mia si adepo ha retailer ha ohora share mia si duli sara kama damagbana mi la nu ya woma mie kuku damba de mia ho hai lo mie fukpam duli sana damagbana mi na mia ha mia ingo makokpara nwa aji to anyaba miavi yoka ho student loan the school via o makpo do mo gake sha student loan to o klumda nu la fonji o klumda nu la kemi o gafi aka student loan na miavi o la poma vinya dogola you has apa tonne ala poma makpo do rekomo MBMB o mama aton wa assistant research officer la fiara ala poma gaka student loan para kapione ha mabobom kra ni choba yo gbona alaga nu kejo Dulisana o donami mi da kuku akpanami.
Yeah, my name is Matthias Tulasi, representing.
So she also made a couple of submissions. The first one, she spoke about the rent control and rent laws. She said that sometimes there are demands for high rent advance. And so if there can be some control within the law and the constitution to guide rent control. Then she made another submission on the same rent issues. She said locals preferring foreign tenants. And so the cost of rent rising beyond affordability. So if there can be some regulation to that effect. And then the third one, she also mentioned that for landowners, some of them sell the lands to foreigners who build and now rent to locals at exorbitant price. And so if that can also be catered for in the Constitution. Then the last one she spoke about is about the student loan. She mentioned that many students, after years of coming out of the tertiary institution, do not have the jobs to repay the loan. However, they are chased and harassed to pay back the loan. Can there be a cap of years that they can take to pay, or circumstances? We should look at the student loan and its repayment so that our youth who don't have jobs are not unnecessarily harassed. Thank you. I hope I've done justice to your issues. Thank you. Next one.
Thank you. My name is Matthias Tulasi, representing Voter Youth in Agriculture. My point has to do with fundamental human rights and freedom. Under educational rights, we have functional literacy shall be encouraged or intensified as possible. But as we speak, when you go to our schools, majority of the learners cannot read, they cannot write. Nobody cares. So I think as part of this review, it should be part of the Constitution that any citizen that cannot read or write, that person has the right to take the government to court. Because as we speak, nobody cares. And it's the duty of the government to make sure, we had in the past, we have new curriculum, no textbooks. So if I cannot read and write, I can take the government to court. I want to see that in the Constitution. In that case, the government will be serious. Number 2, and the last one, on the presidential election declaration, I want to suggest that, moving forward, the one who becomes the president should be determined by the number of regions the person wins. We have 16 regions. So if I get 14, you get 2, I've won. If I get 10, you get 6, I've won. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
My name is Charles Suglo. I work with Southwell Technical Services, Hills FM. Please, my suggestion to the committee is that 1, I think the Speaker of Parliament should be elected by the people, not our representative in Parliament, but by ourselves, the citizens. 2, we want the Constitution to have a clear time for transition period. 1 month to election, the incumbent government should prepare its handing over notes and stuff. Then, after election, 1 week after declaration from EC, there should be change of government. The instance we have too much time gives much ample time to the incumbent appointees, some of them, to loot the nation. And in curbing that, to avoid also chaos, that this party will say, it's my party that won. We're going to guard the state assets. We will have limitation to that. Monetization in our political affairs is increasing day by day. If the Constitution can state clearly and say the state should sponsor all political parties with a cap or ceiling amount for their campaign activities, and whatever funds they generated, they declare it prior to usage. So we limit monetization in our political activities. It will help. Otherwise, in the near future, still citizens will be demanding cash from politicians when it's election time. In fact, at this time, during the campaign season, you see politicians all over. They will not say how much they are spending. After election, they will be crying to people, I've spent a lot. have spent all the money. Where do they get it from? We don't know. But if the state can help, say, okay, all the political parties have 5,000 for your activities, then it means we are putting ceiling. After the election, they need to account to the states how much they have spent in the campaign. Then if they spend more than that, we ask them, where did you get it from? If you come into government, we don't hear citizens speculating that they have come to garnish the money to settle their debts. Thank you very much.
Very much. Mr. Chairman, I want to we want to take a question from our persons with hearing impairment, and then we'll do the responses, if any, then we take it, then we come. So we want to hear from our brother from this community. Yeah, thank you.
Yo, mi le gome to dogo le hoya me. Sign language evegbe, play yevugbe. Ba me siame na se gome. Okay. Mi tafrache mi ami oke nguse diafuna. Nkol de yo ke yo na mi nye megbe nkola mi mejina. Aba mumu alo amado alo gbedeng me. Enyang ike ada funamita mi ba biambe nebe julisia dododo ike nye constitution review nebe owe onye akpade na mi ape julisia bera ese na damagbe na mi be mi ajujo no kogbeglo yoyo na miao evelia mi jibe mi awe onye julisia pa akpade be fisi afike mi ela mi ho mi atinya fonu eye wo se mi afegbe be vieto ne mi de kojia Eseme demegbene Ghana Health Service be wada sign language interpreter de fimi ika webe mi ohone mi koji mi atia kpoji jemele mi ape koji yimo gako ije awebe mi novi gedola poku he gedele koji yime achike keme de viola yokona na mi gako ije nebe mi gede seme mi ikpo vito gbo a mi ape nyame jona ola bena gbegomede la me le on to si asenyi ke mi cover ta awebe zigedela miape nyala gachia akpamana miarokyo ta nebe chuko atia awosie alototo yo kemikpobe anyo wonyebe miho miapa kpada ageremebe do pe yiken jidudu pe do pe de se akola ne miho mi la miase miape nya gome ikebe gbegome de dale anonye abale ke ne mi court fifi la na made mese yevugbo atia de gome nela mi ajibe miho la ne mi do miape tepumola Begomada na neta onye juli sefa esefa kpadebe wonome nebe meliola watia chosede tepeke nang male vieto ngogbeglo na namila anyobe esiana damegbena be eya togwi ma vamo akpe elevevie elabe ne mi ho mi le fifia o na megbe nko ike menyona mi la mi atia ko makọ isegbo kake yo fe dolele bazu nu ike nya medo fe nkoku na yola anyebe esene damgbe be na mede ko yola yo ha atia ide segbo elevevie akpe
Okay. Thank you. So his first request is that the Constitution should criminalize derogatory names for persons with disability, particularly calling them like Mumu or any other derogatory name that is called them. The second one, they said the Constitution should mandate institutions like the police, the hospitals, and other institutions to provide sign language interpretation. He cites that some of their members have died wrongfully because able to communicate their sicknesses to service providers. And then, finally, he said he stresses the need for the Constitution to ban the derogatory names. That is very important to them. Thank you. That's all right. Yeah, thank you. So, at this point, we want to take some responses from the high table or reactions or clarifications, and then we take a quick break. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So let me respond to maybe from the bottom up, the last point. In fact, we've received, including at this forum today, a number of submissions and contributions regarding the protection of the rights of persons with disability. Interestingly, the provision, Article 29 of the Constitution, is all dedicated to rights of disabled persons, right? And among them, you would find, for example, 29(5), in any judicial proceedings, so in a court, in which a disabled person is a party, the legal procedure applied shall take his physical and mental condition into account. Now, so this is, in other words, our Constitution recognizes that certain special accommodations must be made so that persons with disability can enjoy certain services roughly on an equal level, equal playing field with persons who do not have similar disabilities. So I think the principle is there. And this point about hospitals and police and others, we can, essentially the principle is here. When you go to a courthouse and you need sign language interpretation for you to participate effectively in the court proceeding, more or less the Constitution recognizes that we should do something special for you if you have a person with disability. And I think a similar idea, the principle can be extended to other public services like hospitals and the police. Right? So it makes sense, I think, especially when, if you do not have these facilities are provided to you, then you cannot, like the speaker just said, you can be wrongfully, you may even actually lose your life because you can't communicate your condition. So I think it's a very important point. The access issue in terms of fiscal structures, that has also come up. It's a big problem. We have a Persons with Disabilities Act. I think it's over 10 years old. That act obligates, the state to ensure that public facilities, that persons with disability can have access. And I think maybe the example should be set from the top, which is that if you go to any public place, usually this is where the problem is. Many public places are not accessible. Even after the that we had a program once in Parliament, and at the time, my executive director, who needs the wheelchair for mobility, and he couldn't enter some places in Parliament because they are not accessible. We were going to do some business in Parliament and he couldn't access it. This building was built after the passage of the Persons with Disability Act. So we talk about implementation and enforcement, and I think if we put the obligation first on the state, if you are the one passing the law saying that everybody should have the public place, you should set the example by making your place accessible. So I think some of these things we can do in laws, we can do in LIs, but we can put the principle in the Constitution, and then we can require. Part of the problem we have also identified is that a number of laws are on the books. People have spoken here about enforcement and implementation. If you pass a statute, an act of parliament, but you don't do the LI that you need to implement the statute, then all the fine things you put in the statute really are just nobody. So maybe one thing we can take note in this exercise is that where a law is passed, implementation requires that an LI legislative instrument should be passed to accompany it. We can say, for example, that the necessary LI must be passed within a certain period, so that we don't have a situation where a lot of laws are passed, no LI is enacted for years, and therefore everything that's written is just there. So these are some of the gaps I think that we can help to fill this process. The transition period is a very important point. When we met one of the former chiefs of staff, I think from the Rawlings period, he brought this issue up to the attention of the committee that we don't have a transition period in our constitution. We don't regulate that whole period. And a lot of things can happen during transition. In one country, I think in Kenya, the transition period starts from the day of the election to the day the next president is sworn in. During that period, certain powers presidents cannot do certain things in their constitution. You can't make certain appointments, you can't you can't incur certain debts, you can't do certain things. So maybe it's about time we also consider that, because we have had problems with transition and what happens during transition period. So some president comes and says, oh, but you were appointed by that former president after he had lost the election. I don't want to work with you. So it's important, it's a very important thing for us to regulate the transition period. Some suggestion has been made that the 1 month transition period is too short. So maybe we should push our presidential election forward, have it maybe in November, so that we have enough time to rearrange things. If there's a petition for election petition, we can solve all those problems before the handing over. So I think that's also an important point. I'm happy that the issue of money in politics and campaign finance has been raised. A lot of people in different forums have raised it. It's a big issue. It affects not just corruption, it also affects the inclusiveness and the participatory nature of our politics. The size of money that is in our politics keeps away a lot of young people, a lot of women, persons with disability. You have to have so much money to do our politics. So this is something that a number of people have raised. There is a Political Parties Act already that is supposed to do that. Many people think it's not fit for purpose. We should review it, maybe appoint a different body like a party regulator to look at the issue. But the sponsorship of parties has also come up. Some people have proposed a democracy fund that will support some of these things. So there are a number of proposals out there for our attention. The gentleman from the Volta Youth in Agriculture, the point about how to enforce the educational rights provisions in the Constitution. Again, it's enforcement. Our Constitution has beautiful provisions on educational rights. The question is, how do you enforce them? Do you let individuals go to court and say, look, I went to school, I cannot read and write. Therefore, I was not educated properly. My constitutional rights were not vindicated. Now that's, of course, Article 2 of the Constitution allows you to go to court with anything that's in the Constitution that you think is not being enforced. But I think we can learn from other countries that have tried to do this, for example. So South Africa has a very interesting constitution with some very good provisions on, say, housing. They have a right to housing. But when the matter was taken to court by a group of people squatters who said, well, we have a right to housing, but we are sleeping under bridges and trees, so our right to housing has been violated. The court came up with a very interesting decision. It says, look, yes, you have a right to housing, but it doesn't mean that every individual can go to the government for a house. However, what it means is that, and what we are going to require the state to do, is that wherever there is a right like that, you must have legislation, you must show us that you have passed a law, and you must also show us that you have passed a program to ensure low-income housing. So the court interpreted that provision to mean a duty on the part of government to have a low-income housing policy, which should be in legislation as well as in an LI or some administrative way, and there must be a budget. You must show that you are implementing this thing incrementally. So that has become a very interesting modern approach to enforcing some of these laws, because otherwise it's just there. So the idea of progressive realization of the right to housing must be manifested in a concrete law, a concrete executive action accompanying budget. Those are some of the ways, because the implementation issue keeps coming up. All these laws are there. Why are they not being implemented? And I think this also ties in with a point that was made first by the person who spoke about NDPC, National Development Planning, and continuity of projects and policies and programs. Again, part of the reason why a lot of this happens, so one government comes and says, I'm doing school feeding. Another government comes and says, I'm doing maternity care. Another comes and says, I'm doing free SHS. The next party comes, and then if the thing is popular, maybe politically they will be constrained to change it, so they may keep it. But the reason why it's so easy for governments to change some of these things is that, apart from the fact that it was in the manifesto, it's not in any law. There's no obligation. If there was a free SHS Act, it would mean that the bill would have had to go to Parliament, both MPP and NDC would have had to vote on it, and so there is bipartisan commitment from that time. When they come back, there's a law. You have to implement it. So we should try and make sure that our parties put a lot of the things that they do in law, so that there will be a statute, an act of Parliament, the next government comes, they can just run away from it. So if you just come and say, today is 24-hour, we don't like 1D, 1F. Well, 1D, 1F is not in any law, right? So if they come and they say we don't 1D, 1F, yeah, that's their manifesto. But if we put it in a law, the policy has a legal framework behind it. This is how it's going to work. If you want to tweak it at all, go and amend the law and do something about it. So sometimes how we do policy is part of the reason why different governments find it so easy to walk away from it, because there's no legal obligation on them to do anything. And that is why people have been saying that the National Development Plan must be passed through Parliament, for example, so that it becomes an act, and then we can then obligate the various parties, as and when they come into power, to make sure that their policies feed into those things. So these are some of the proposals and ideas that are coming up. I think this idea of artisans in an assembly, it's a very interesting point. You might think but if you think about it, the assembly's local economic base is mostly artisanal and informal sector, right? So if you say that of the maybe reserved seats in the assembly, we should reserve some for the occupational group that forms the biggest tax base of the assembly. It's not a bad idea at all. Actually, this is almost like, this is your main economic, mainstay in the district. It's the informal sector mostly. And so I think if there is something, it's an idea that, we can think about, moving forward. The scholarships issue, there is, and I get the point. The Constitution is clear that every, public benefits cannot be discriminated. You can't give it on a discriminatory basis based on age, religion, or party, political opinion, all of that. And maybe we can look at it. But there's currently, if you didn't know about it, there's a scholarships authority bill in Parliament now. I think it's just about 2 weeks old. It's going to reform the way we do scholarships in the country. Please take a look at it. It is a bill. They are going to create something out of the Scholarship Secretariat, a new bill. It's a brand new bill, it has just been laid in Parliament. Please organize yourselves, take a look at it, right? And make sure that your views on that bill are made known to your MPs and to all the people in Accra who need to know it. But there is a bill that will address exactly the issues that you are raising about access to scholarships and who gets it, who doesn't get it, on what basis, what criteria, and all of that. I think you should be good. So yeah, I think that's the removal provisions. I think a lot has been said about it in terms of the CJs, the issues around the CJs removal proceeding. A number of people have made important contributions here, and we have taken note of them as well. The right to participation, the NGO, when you talked about the NGOs, part of the problem we are having with our democracy now is that while we are very involved in elections, after elections, it's almost as if we all go to sleep. But not only do we go to sleep, it appears there are no avenues for us to participate actively as citizens in the governance of the country. So in some other jurisdictions, the Constitution recognizes a right to participation in policy making. The citizen, not just a right to vote, right? So from voters, you have a right to vote, but are you a stakeholder in the governance of the country? And maybe apart from us being treated as voters, what I'm hearing from the lady who made that point is that we must have a right also to participate in the policy making after elections, in legislation, private members' bill. Sometimes in South Africa and in Kenya, a bill, just as the bill I just mentioned, it cannot be passed in Parliament without engagement by Parliament. Parliament is obligated under the Constitution to make sure that stakeholders who are affected by a bill will be engaged and their views will be considered before the bill is passed. So that kind of right to participation is something that's useful. It can give us an opportunity to engage in the legislative process directly, both at the district level and also at the national level. And I think some of these things are things that we should pay attention to. The District Assembly Common Fund, a lot of things have been said about it. Not only the percentage that goes to persons with disability, that is not the first time we are hearing this, but a lot of complaints about how it is managed. You know, people say that the money is spent in Accra, some of it is spent before it even gets to the district, and that we should ban or make it such that no amount of money out of the common fund can be spent at Accra. It must all be spent locally, so that local communities have full control, 100% control of the amount that they get from that fund. Others have suggested that we raise the amount from 5 or 7% to a double digit, at least 10% or 15%. So those are some of the things that we have received. There are also some who believe that the reason why the Assembly Common Fund is the way it is now is that the president appoints the DCs. So they can't complain. And that once we elect MMDCs, they will be freer to protect the Assembly Common Fund. Because then they will not be afraid, nobody can sack you. They will not be afraid to even go to court if the money doesn't come, or if the money comes and it is being reduced. But currently, if you are a DCE and your government is in power, how do you go and complain too loudly to the public? You know, so the elections might have some good consequences on the amount of money that comes to the locality for development. So all of these things are things that I think we can look at. The freedom of religion issue, we had a full engagement with the religious community. Interestingly, we also invited the Gadangbe Council to attend that meeting to represent some of the views of, at least in Accra, the Ghana Traditional Authority, because we were aware of these clashes between religion and traditional authority during the Homowo season. Now, of course, it was a very good conversation. Actually, one of the more interesting engagements we have had. A lot of issues were discussed. I mean, I think part of the issue also is the role of the assembly and law enforcement, because what the experience in Accra is that you tend to have the traditional authority themselves sending people out to enforce this ban, which is like a vigilante enforcement. So it creates a problem. So some of the proposals are things like, maybe instead of getting the traditional authority themselves saying that this is not, we have imposed this rule, maybe the assembly is the better one to do it. They do it by a bylaw, which is a law, and then it's enforced properly by local law enforcement, so that it doesn't become like every area, everybody is issuing their own law. There's only one legal authority in the country that can make laws, and all laws must come from them. So Parliament and then assemblies. Under our current system, sovereignty is basically just the republic. So you can't have, customary law doesn't include this making criminal laws for the public. So it's a problem, But I think we also have to recognize that we also do impose on the traditional believers, right? I mean, when we started the ceremony, we prayed a Christian prayer. I mean, the traditionalists didn't object, right? So in terms of imposing something on people, the truth is that there's a lot of imposition of religion on other people too, and maybe we have to just understand that in maybe the way the Christians and Muslims have resolved this issue, you start with a Muslim prayer, you end with a Christian prayer. That kind of accommodation is sensible. It doesn't have to be in a constitution, right? We as a people can manage social cohesion sometimes through these means, politically, or cleverly in this way. You start with a Christian prayer, you close with a Muslim. Start Muslim, you close. It's not in a book, it's not in the constitution. But the traditional believers also say that these days we have removed them from libation. They are not getting their due. So they also have a point, right? So there are a lot of issues, you see. Not the constitution cannot script everything, but some of these things we should be very sensitive to everybody's interest and the way these things work. I think my colleagues will want to intervene. Sorry, I was supposed to. So our member who was in transit when we started has arrived. This is Mrs. Charlotte Osei, former chair of the Electoral Commission, former chair of the NCC. He's a member of the commission. So we'll take a break. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I was going to introduce Q-Chair for introducing her to us. So now, when we come back from break, we are taking about 10 minutes. There's coffee. 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. So please, a long line in the middle, and let's start. Kindly move to the middle so we can start our submissions. Keep to the rules. If you have a number of submissions, just make them brief. Make all of them though, but make them brief so that others can also have the opportunity. You have the opportunity to send your submissions to Constitution Submissions at Constitution Review GH. Constitution Review GH, one word, .org. Submissions at constitutionreviewgh.org. This is an opportunity. So whatever you have on paper, kindly summarize. If they have questions, they will do the follow-up with you. And then you submit your proposal. Thank you. So Council, we start from you.
So my name is Andrews Doji Adugu. I am a member of the Ghana Bar Association, and I make submissions in my personal capacity. My first submission or proposal is on Article 14.7 of the 1990 Constitution. In summary, when somebody who has served whole or part of a sentence is acquitted on appeal by a court other than the Supreme Court, the person acquitted is to be paid, or the court has to certify to the Supreme Court that the person is to be paid compensation, and the Supreme Court may, upon examination of all the facts and the certificate of the court concerned, award such compensation as it may take fit, or where acquitted by the Supreme Court, it may order compensation to be paid by the person acquitted. My humble submission is that the court which acquitted the person should have the powers to make recommendations, should have the powers to state the compensation that should be given to the person. It should not be the burden of the Supreme Court to again now examine something before compensation should be paid. And the proposal is also that because the person has had some unjustified detention, that compensation should be paid in not more than 6 months from the day the order is made. That's my first proposal. My second proposal is on Article 19.1 of the 1992 Constitution. That article says a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair hearing within a reasonable time by a court. Reasonable time has not been defined as we have it in the Constitution. I am humbly making the submission that reasonable time should be not more than 5 years for offenses where the punishment is death or life imprisonment. For offenses where it's a second-degree felony or a second-degree felony, any other offense, the time for that particular offense, for trial of that, should be 3 years. So I take it felonies, first-degree felonies, life, death, treason, all those things. Reasonable time should be 5 years. Offenses, second degree, misdemeanor, and all those things, the reasonable time should be 3 years. I am saying this because we have it in our domestic violence law, 6 months. If you don't try the person within 6 months, the case goes. So that we do not have people in detention or remand for long. That is to deal with that particular issue. Those are my proposals. Now, I also make reference to the provision of the Constitution which says that for punishment for death, the person should be tried by a judge and jury. In fact, all the provisions reference to trial by a judge and jury. I am making the suggestion that we should take the jury off. It should be tried by a judge. That is my third proposal. My last proposal is on the provision of the Constitution on the time frame the person arrested, restricted, or detained should be put before court. It says 48 hours. We know there's a Supreme Court decision which says that 48 hours means 48 hours. But on the ground, 48 hours is never adhered to. So the 48 hours should be reduced to 24 hours, or we make sure that the court sits. So it may not be you appearing before a court, but you may appear before a judge, you may appear before a magistrate, or you appear before the head of charge, so that people's rights are not trampled upon, to determine whether the person should be detained further or not. My submission. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Nomanyo. I work with the National Peace Council. I want to say that if we are considering some constitutional protection for public servants, heads of public services, I think the police should not be given such a protection. As we have it now, we can consider the rest, but for the police service, it should not. Recent experience tells us that it has to take a new president to direct an IGP to investigate a crime that committed in 2020. We have with government, and for that matter, the person we elect as a president is to protect us. Our security should be paramount. And so I'm of the opinion that the IGP's appointment should be co-terminus to the tenure of the president. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Brown Miss Wilson. I'm a police officer. I'm here to speak specifically on protection of children, and my reference point is Article 28(1)(e). Coming from a Dove School background, we see a problem with child protection and pinning the children at the age under 18, and the criminal law, crime of defilement, where children are found to be in conflict with the law, especially boys, have to be sent to court for defilement, and they end up serving custodial sentences. At the moment, I have an unpleasant situation of having an SS1 student that has to face court for defilement. I also have a 15-year-old boy who have to also face that. I am thinking that looking at that 1E of the 28, something should be done so that even if these kids who find themselves in conflict with the law within the space come to that terms, they will not have to serve custodial sentences. Can we do something else other than this? In any case, it is not right for the girls to also play sex. Sex for us as law enforcement officials, it's not a thing for children. And so irrespective of the 16+1 having to give consent to sex, and we look at 18+1 before you can marry, when they have issues and there is pregnancy, these people cannot get married anyway. Then we have a gap. We have a very serious issue trying to address the situation. What am I saying? I am saying that we, under criminal law, says that a child can give consent to sex at 16+1. But at constitutional provision, that child cannot marry until 18+1. And so when sex occurs between two children, and the girl is pregnant, what happens then? It's a problem I think the wise men here and the wise men out there should please do something about it. My other submission is, it may not be a constitutional thing, but I think we can look at it. In Ghana, consumers are so cheated. When we go to the market, nothing is measured by weight. And so we are not able to access Gary by kilo weight, okay? We can't buy cassava by kilo weight. And so it's open, laissez-faire thing. Everybody does what he likes, and you can't protect anybody. My colleague behind me will add others. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, can I just ask you, with regards to the age of consent for sex and then for marriage,
yeah,
what specifically is your suggestion? What is your recommendation?
Master, I left that out deliberately because even myself and gender, we can't come to a consensus. I am of the opinion, and I also spoke about it with the director for our RCC here just a while ago. Between myself and gender feels we should maintain it at 16 because at 16, the children are already sexually hyperactive. And they are doing it, yes. The day before yesterday on the news, Upper East Region had, I don't have the figures for here, she can tell us, but Upper East Region had for the first 5 months of this year, over 1,580 something teenage pregnancies already, 5 months of the year. So I've been told to bring a proposal. So I think myself, gender, children, Department of Social Welfare, we really need to sit down and agree on something. I was of the opinion that since at 19 years, the children are still in school. Remember I said I have one at my table that the boy is 19 years old and he's in SS1. He's still a child, even though he has passed age 18 plus 1. So I was thinking we should move that. But ERA think that the children are 16, under 16, 10 years. In fact, I have a 10-year-old girl defiling a 5-year-old boy at decks as I sit. The only remedy there is that nothing is criminal or nothing is a crime done by a child under 12. And so they are covered. How about the 15-year-old boy, the 17, 18, 19, the persons under the Juvenile Justice Act who are seen to be young persons and who find themselves in this space, but who are still children under the imputation under the Children's Act because they are still in school.
With due respect, your suggestion is that the 16 years is too low?
No, I am not saying that. I am saying I don't know what can be done. Please, the wise men should do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think this has been a long-standing issue. And as she said, personally with the work experience and with even the example she's given, even at 16, prosecution is a challenge. We have very minute prosecution. And you see that these children are sometimes having sex with one another. So shifting from 16 to 18, for example, your child, 17, is in the university, meets another girl, 18, in the university. How do we legislate their sexual feeling? Would we criminalize a lot of boys in the process? So for the issue of criminal offense on the head of a lot of these boys, I feel that the age of 16 for sexual consent should be maintained. And then we as parents must do our part so that at the age of 16, they are able to make informed decisions and choices about sex. I was telling her that age of consent does not mean go and have sex. It means that at that age, you know the implications of sex. So you can say no. And if you know and you say yes, then you have opened up yourself for the implications. So I feel advocacy is very important, but age of consent And marriage, sex and marriage, they are two different things. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Thank you.
Yeah, this clearly is a very important issue on the minds of those who work in this area, because it's the one issue that I can say has been raised at every public engagement since we started. Every one of them. It was raised in Bolga, it was raised in Tamale, it was raised in Wa, it was raised in Koforidua, and today it's being raised here. So there's obviously a problem. Whether or not the solution can be found within the pages of a constitution is a different matter, but clearly there's a problem. And I'm happy that you have also added your voice to it, that it may not necessarily be a problem we can solve through this process, or maybe some legislative solution or a policy or something needs to be done. But it's a very recurring theme from our conversation so far.
Thank you. My name is Derek Safuyadom from Afajatu South District Assembly. My proposal goes on the SOEs, state-owned agencies. I'm not comfortable with the current way it's being run. And I wish to propose that for it to be more viable, the president, through the sector minister, should select or appoint members of the board. Then the board would then advertise for the position of the CEOs with a fully given KPIs and a term of contract. That way, we can check the operations of the SOEs and make them profitable and viable. My second proposal is on the Article 71 holders. I believe the emoluments paid to Article 71 holders should be scrapped. And then rather encourage career politicians so that people don't go into politics with the view of amassing wealth. The third one is on assets declaration. That one too, I believe the current form is wrong. When your assets is being declared, it should be published for everyone to know that Kofi had 2 cars. But declaring assets and being kept in an envelope is still no assets declaration. Thank you.
My name is Joshua Ali. My point is on Article 60. The succession to the president. We are told that in the absence of the president, the vice president acts in his stead, and the absence of the two, the Speaker of Parliament takes over. We've had instances where 3 of them all have been absent, and we are left with no one ruling us. Can we have an amendment to say that under no circumstance will all 3 of them leave us? So we can have the president staying or the vice president staying. So we cannot have all of them leaving us. The other point is that in a state function or state events, we have all of these together. The president, the vice president, the speaker, and the chief justice. I'm not a prophet of doom, but in case something happens, we are surrounded by terrorism all around us. We don't know when something can happen and it will strike on us, where we can lose all these 4 individuals at the same time. Can we have a provision that in state functions or public events, all 4 of these will not be at one place? Thank you.
All right, my name is Gideon Akpe. And thank you, Professor Chair. I just want to lay emphasis on my submission that I forwarded to the committee already, particularly regarding appointment by President in Article 70. And several proposals have already been taken And then the position is that when the appointments are made by the president, they must be forwarded to Parliament for two-thirds approval. But I want to make some exceptions to these procedure. Because when it comes to the appointment and approval of the chairman of the Electoral Commission and the deputy chairman, and the Chief Justice, in collaboration with Parliament before the two-thirds approval, with the sense that, so that when the appointment comes to Parliament, and it will not be as if one side of the political divide point, then it comes to Parliament. But when there is a collaboration with Parliament before the appointment comes, it's more or less like formality, so that there will not be political polarization over the appointee. So I propose that the appointment of the chairman of the heads of the Electoral Commission and that of the Chief Justice should be done in collaboration with Parliament. Ready?
Can I ask a question, please?
Good.
The appointment of the Chief Justice,
Yes.
Supreme Court judges,
Yes.
District Assemblies Common Fund Administrator,
Okay.
are all done in Parliament.
Yeah.
And we still have the same issues where they are not trusted, we don't think they are independent enough.
Okay.
So would that process simpliciter, solve the problem of the lack of trust?
Okay, so the arrangement we have currently is, what I'm saying is that when those appointments are made, there is nothing like parliamentary approval. But here is the majority approval. Yes, so this proposal is different from the current regime that we have. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to the Electoral Commission and that of the Chief Justice, there should be collaboration between Parliament, the legislature, and the executive, so that when it comes to the plenary, there will not be too much argument as to allegation that, oh, the president has chosen somebody who is in.
So you are proposing that we bring Parliament into the nomination.
Yes, sir.
So this is the pre-approval stage. The president must appoint, must nominate, or however the nomination happens, in consultation with Parliament.
Yes, sir.
What form would that consultation take? Because Parliament is 276 members.
Currently, when the president is making nominations to the Council of State, it does that in consultation with Parliament. So I'm just...
It's not.
Yes, I think that's it. When it's appointing the Chief Justice, the former IGP and those things, the president does it in consultation with Parliament.
Not the nomination.
Okay.
The appointment has to be with the approval of Parliament in the case of the Chief Justice. Simple majority of Parliament. The rest of them, no. Parliament is not involved either in the pre-nomination or post-nomination stage. So what your proposal is that Parliament must be involved. Fine. You are proposing two-thirds approval, but then you are also proposing that they must be consulted first before the two-thirds approval.
Yes. With the sense that there will not be... All right. So that there will not be too much...
So you clear the names with Parliament first.
Yes.
Then you bring it back to Parliament for approval.
So that when it... Because
In those countries, there's no vetting.
Well, the one issue with what you're advocating is Parliament makes decisions by votes.
Okay.
Right? So when they have to make an approval, they will do some hearings like vetting, and then they will vote. What we are talking about in terms of the consultation, there are usually multiple parties in parliament, maybe majority party, minority party, some independents. Your problem is you want there to be as much bipartisanship in the process. Are you saying that, for example, if the president of party A is nominating a candidate for an office, say the Chief Justice, that the president must consult with the caucuses in parliament, majority and minority caucus,
leadership,
and get their buy-in?
Yeah.
Is that the nature of the proposal? When you say parliament, it's difficult to tell. Is it the speaker? Is it, I mean, who is going to talk to in parliament? If you want the various parties in parliament to say, yes, we agree, this person is okay for this office, the two sides, or if there are three parties, for example, then that's a specific proposal. But when you say parliament must be consulted, it's a bit unclear how that's going to happen. But again, it's your proposal. So I'm just trying to let you refine it so that it's understood clearly. Right? Because when we make proposals, the reason why we are following up with these questions is that each proposal we make must be explained and justified. It's a report. So we can't just go and say, we recommend X. Why do you recommend X? Right? So for example, the lawyer before you, I was going to raise this question, says, well, let us abolish jury trial. Why? Right? What's the reason? We've had jury trials as part of our justice system for a long time. If you're going to change it, you must give a reason. Right? So the proposal is not the real issue. You also must give us reasons so that we can write a proper report and explain why we are saying what we're saying.
Right. Second, do with Article 93, the composition of Parliament, I have with sense that minimum number when to the upper limit. Your power, the constitutional series that papers you have written, particularly reforming the constitution of Ghana for new era, averting the period of constitution without constitutionalism. And you said that there need to be a cap on the number of parliamentarians we have, and I agree with that. But the number that we need to have is what we do not have yet. Madam Clara Casati report said that we should have 276. I still think that that number is too high. When you look at Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and the US, they have higher population than us. But although the seat may be higher than that of Ghana's, when you look at the number of constituency per representation, theirs are higher. In that, we should reduce the 276 that we have to 201. So that at that point, we are closing the gap in terms of comparison with the country that I've earlier mentioned. So I think that we should even reduce the seat in parliament from the current 276 to 201. Right. And finally, on the asset declaration, I think that that article is just a joke because although it is titled Declaration of Asset and Liability, it is actually called Conciliation of Asset and Liability. So we should bring some transparency in this article by making sure that the beneficiaries of this article, people who are required to declare the asset, they are verified, and they are published. Recently, I heard the special prosecutor argue that he doesn't belong to this school of thought because some think that if this happens, it will put the life of these people at risk. But this is just a comment based on nothing, because if you want to know the richest man in the world, with your phone you can know the properties they own, We know, and I've not heard that their lives are under threat. And even in Africa, we know the richest man, we know the properties he owns, but he's still alive. And here in Ghana, we know the rich men, they are safe. So how do you then think, you politician or government appointee who may not be as much as rich as these men, think that your life is to be at risk? It doesn't make sense. So if they are not willing to declare the asset, have them verified, I mean, they shouldn't accept public. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kellis Emmanuel, Vice Chairman of GAP, our voter session. Thank you. My proposal is,
the full name of GAP.
That is Ghana Union of Professional Photographers.
Okay.
Can I continue now? Okay. Enya imajima block pie ko nyebe no anyebe miapesa so wofa alut takpekpe no lawo o ko ese cover parliament ike odo omchonchi ye hayoko ohunu esaru gbogbombe alo esagbobe na parliament ma wunu ko esa ha ku clear ma jiba ma dure dulisa majula oglobe no jagba wuna na chonchi elabe mie du comme vieux pas ga no koko ewusema ovado afima ike do wunu kaka onye omoten president meten dashi agbalante alo dashi te be ezusena mimi akodo kwa onye parliament akuko akuplea makaraji banu na chonchi na mi enye hama aike magaji mag block bare nwenye minister isuke akpere mi apo du plan wa produko na mi a majibe mi ade nka cylinder ikenye be majibe no we onye bla aden ala be ni duko bubu mo wa o minister so musubo kaka o do plom mi e wo ngona mi ha mi jibe mi asrun chobo bubu ye magaji mag block pe kenye ton lia enye be mede woli ikenye amato hedo yo ke asama de remombe waide strike alo ade ope do onu audio miape high court judges so miape police so miape immigration officers so miape custom officers so soldier abale ke minya mo to bi ho na asama de mombe wa strike o mando efu brafia ho yes sama de mo a mi o lebe mia wona be opasuna jani wa ta udo ikebe o ma buta mala strike yingu ve viento no so so ke va ro jiapo iko jebe naturally na chichimre domoko a wa ngogba yim ke o va do be wa na hospi de afiada do noa onya government role to pe alo nyejuru vagita ke otutu amaro ko dara haji ko cho mo yo kele megbe ko va ngogbe ko va dara o ngogbe e jova yi e menyambe e ga jojo mfifia ha madekuku mi wosa ochichirere nu monu e bia bia re kala sinye na miape ngogbeto wenye be amaka kun pedo dashi onye be wa kpogbo be miape sawo odom anambe e fifia na mazon be mama gble egama la signore fika igola nyenya echikotoku manam le kporeng me mi la fia na ma ko paper ko dara nyigba Remember, oh, paper man and that. Enya klama minya hema. Amekele nya pakaja globa wo homo dirwa. Ko enya unra fuma ta mere kuku no tosheji. Kake enya re majima glo imekare ba la constitution amo. Mere ku elevevie. Nembo cho ashamara na about. Kaka kavadoro toko. Cho toko vadoro hu. Cho hu varu ashamara na about. Mi po nyi gbangama ma fiafifiade. Voter regional, Voter River, et tout na fuma, ko ejo ide chafu me free. Ne miatan ko de miapo developmental program be wado pipelines de
akpe hama de manya constitution nya yo.
Manya
ta hama miadi kotokuma another forum day.
Akpe.
Aha, na mia madakuma be a question. What third point about appointments, government appointments. Badagba the delo ado nui. Badagba club police the delo ado bubu ha.
Mayo judges, high court judges. Manya wawo no ntoru afuma amoka abe michokoba security service. No nto shoji voa. Opekmono over promotion pla mbubu oji. Pla transfer pla mbubu oji. So no one to of Mavo, no to be warm.
Okay. Okay, so he made a couple of points. The first one is about bills that are placed before Parliament. When the tenure of Parliament ends, the bills do not get passed, and it has to be relayed or reviewed by the new Parliament. He's saying that it's financial loss to the states. And so if something can be done about it, so that existing bills that are before Parliament, before the expiration of their tenure, is continued from where they left off. The second one, he said, the number of ministerial appointments should also be capped, because we are having situations where we have too many ministers, and then we don't have any ceilings for the number of ministers. He says we should cap it to 60. Okay. The third one, he's speaking about career progression and political appointment of leadership of certain public institutions like the police, the judiciary, etc. He is saying that people should be allowed to rise through the rank and get to the ultimate level. And that sometimes when such appointments is done, people who are even junior to others are appointed over the heads of their seniors. So if some provisions could be made concerning those ones. And then he also had a question. He says, who has the responsibility to enforce the laws that are passed by Parliament? Thank you.
My name is Wisdom Vojogbe from Princess of Promise. So I would like to make the following proposals. One, as an organization, we do import teaching and learning resources that we distribute to underserved schools. Now, we pay so much import duties on these items. So I would like to propose that NGOs are exempted from paying duties on these items. Secondly, this one is at individual level. I think our president should also be made to pay tax. That way, citizens will also be motivated to pay their tax. The national development plans should also be entrenched in the constitution, so that in future, political parties should derive their manifesto from the national development plan.
Okay, my name is Selom Noboladai. I'm an administrative manager at the Whole Teaching Hospital. I'm speaking on my own capacity because I'm equally a labor union executive. My proposal is one,
Regarding the recent strike by the NMA concerning their packages, one major issue that was put to the table is regarding health package. It's unfortunate you come to the health sector where health workers are working, but unfortunately there is nothing like health package for these people. All you hear is ensure your NHIS is active. But if you compare this to the Article 71 holders, a provision is made for them. They are flown outside the country when it's happening, but the one who is giving the health, ensuring people are getting healthy, there's no package for such person. It demotivates the people. If you come to the health sector, you will see all class of people, from the plumber to cleaner, accountant, nurse, doctors. Every worker, class of worker is at the health sector. But when it comes to health package, they are not covered. Can a provision be made in the Constitution that will at least motivate them to prevent them so that they will also know jackpot from the country? The second one is regarding Data Privacy Act. Right now, it's like loan and scam alert have become our alarm bells, waking us from bed. Who is in charge? Yes, we know there is a provision for this, but what is being done? Because it's becoming scary. Every day you wake up, there is a loan application, something. Who is giving out? Meanwhile, giving out their contact to anybody. But there's somebody who is making business out of this data. Who is checking this? Can we do something to safeguard protect the safety of citizens? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Courage Kwame Kuma. I'm the Regional Chief Registered Nurses and Midwives Association for Volta. Okay, so basically, the Labor Act makes a lot of for labor relief in the. One key thing is that whilst the president has the executive power to appoint members of commissions, and labor is beginning to lose trust in labor commission because the president has a natural power to appoint the members of the National Labor Commission. There is no single strike done in this country that is legal. And technically, every strike, it appears Labor Commission does the bidding of the government. So I want to propose that an exemption is made for the National Labor Commission, that the appointment of the members of the National Labor Commission is party appointment from government, the employer, and the labor union, so that have a group that actually defends the view of Ghanaians in general. Propose that if we can create a specialized court or tribunal to review the National Labor Commission decisions, so that we can have expedited dispute resolutions. Now, when it comes to the definition of essential service providers, it's important that we clearly define what an essential service provider is. And beyond stating that essential service providers cannot go on strike, it's also important that our laws give some level of protection to these essential service providers, so that employers or government after government do not just hide and providers to deny them what is right. Also want to indicate that Amendment 24, we made arrangement for minimum wage. Unfortunately, this minimum wage is not linked to cost of living conditions. And so the determination is subjective. It's largely subjective. And so if we can make a provision that actually links the determination of minimum conditions, we can largely labor, especially when it comes to informal sector workers. Then the last thing I want to talk about is strike. It's, in my considered view, that we need to simplify these procedures. Strike, we should be able to allow strike when mediation fails, but not full. In the need to go through all the full course of arbitration, but if mediation fails, unions should be able to go on strike, and the notice period probably reduced to 5 days instead of 7. Thank you.
Majesty,
Is it possible for you to send a written? Have you written out your proposal? Okay.
Submissions at Constitution Review GH, one word, Constitution Review GH, one word, .org. Kindly send a written submission where we have a lot of issues you have raised. And please include some reasons why you are making those submissions. Thank you. Please, let's continue.
Majesty Lorenda Lovemark is my name. I come to come to do Mia Degbe. Jidu do anatan se mi ache mi afe nko de mi afe kuke ohun na mi nyanwere be mi asmenyo no tache iche ivara cause you know che asai mi atoro ochonye asichala ka frache vale jeje fifie be asichala da akọ epe asichaga vide akokoko de asichachame se bi na benye kielefi meko si de blave kokode asichachame ya jidu be itu ehona mi be echi mega pomi ndo mega dumio gake ega keke jidudu heka danai be nenye ega keke mi he please be mi aga tan chale mi apa sichaga wejila kaka bi akpola mi ko mi apa sichaga opete koko he ehofe kimi ega de keche mega value ke ega value ke mi kuku de ple koko ina le district assembly level chela onana mi nyana nwerebe menye yiwe gbo ocho echo jidudu ogbo be mi bia jidudu never nami me no veve seseme alo net onami bi mi afa kuhio ticket ever like ticket e ho homela waka ticket na medowe ala fareka aka na medowe blaton vo amede pa sigbala elevide ko pa lolo na be asigba gan dollar we no gake ticket ke ho ahole ko fe to sila etu vovo ne ke ho ahole kofe tocho si ke etu vovone as storm toche mi kon nu fofo kimi che okoro de ogbo benu na ne minya nu kukucho jidudu tu konami fifi o le fude adaba tocho sogbola sieme ka frache mi ana ocho wa attack wa poe jobinya ke chele mi ape duko meche ele gboso fifi menya me ka tanva avade jo mi afa o menami pe manya omo tamila kuku de jidudu be fire service o tweede asie o me nu kata pe o mana ejochila one was ekpele mi 24 hours o ovito ocho no no ekpele ga ka ebia babia povitola o bejebe ni yo wa do se the time de no yo jo ke he ejebe jidudu onto ne ga gbugbo na no yo nya ni yo wa do chole fever se de fi tami aku de mi le be jidudu ne po mi afa ku ke o gbo na mi o ta ne po gbo na mi ape.
Thank you very much. I think they have a couple of issues from the Market Women Association. Some, I believe, are constitutional, some are also local governance. So the first one is the management and pricing of market stalls, especially where they are national projects. It's not a district assembly project, but a national project. The amounts that are charged per stall is so exorbitant that they are not able to make ends meet. So if they can something could be done about that. The second one is regulation on security within the markets. She is proposing that there should be a regulation that markets should compulsorily have police posts and fire service, so that as a matter of law, any market that is built, those provisions are made for them to also have their security and their security issues addressed. I think those are the issues you raised, right? So that is why I said that there should be regulation to have a police post within the market spaces. If they are there, they can be there 24 hours. Oh, okay. So that becomes management issue, not a constitutional issue. So it means that the market has to engage with the local authority to be able to address those ones. So that one becomes a local authority management issue. And then for the issue of tolls as well, there is an issue about tolls. The differences between tolls for the farm gates and those with tolls, the difference is so wide. And that is also part of local governance, because there is fixing relations at the local governance level. I believe that the market is involved in the fee fixing process. And so if you have such discrepancies, I believe that we could relate them to our local authority, so that during the fee fixing process, you are able to express your view and get your issues imputed in the fee fixing resolutions that you have at the assembly level. So I think those are the issues that were raised. Please, Council, go on.
Thank you very much. My name is Eche Senyo Ahame. I am a lawyer and I work with the Office of Attorney General here in Ho. And Prof. Chair, I thank you very much with your distinguished members for coming to Ho for this important constitutional duty. My proposals are on Article 1, 2, and 3 Constitution, as well as Article 19(2)A of the Constitution. And then I will tackle the matter of strike. So, when it Article 144 of the Constitution, it talks about the appointment of the Chief Justice and other Superior Court Justices of Ghana. My Lord, respectfully, you will realize that the issue about appointments has actually become a bizarre situation now. First of all, we are supposed to think of the judiciary as an independent institution. In fact, Article 127 clearly says that the independence of the judiciary is actually guaranteed. To that extent, it means that whatever that happens with the judiciary, it must be independent, save for purposes of budgeting, which of course they are also under national government. So, if Article 1441, for example, talks about the appointment of the Chief Justice and it's by the President, technically there's going to be an issue over there. My proposal with Article 144 is this: we should move away from appointment to election for the Chief Justice. How are we going to do it? First of all, Article 126 talks about the fact that the judiciary is made up of all the judges of the superior courts, as well as the chairman of the regional tribunals, and the circuit court judges and magistrates. This constitutes the judiciary. We are talking about Article 127, which says that independence of the judiciary. Then how do we then ensure that they are independent? They can only be independent when they themselves elect their leader. We have three arms of government. We have the executive, we have parliament, and we have the judiciary. The executive, headed by the president, is elected. Parliament, headed by the Speaker of Parliament, is elected. Judiciary, which of course we have a provision in the Constitution that says that they should be independent, they are rather appointed by the person who is elected. Why? I think that when we move away from appointment to election of the Chief Justice, we are going to achieve the independence of the judiciary that we are looking for in this country through the Constitution. How are we going to do the election? The judiciary is different from the judicial service. The judicial service are the staff, the registrars, and any other person. The judges and magistrates are the judiciary. If I am a judge and I think that I want somebody to head me, I should be able to participate in allowing the person to head me. And therefore, throw the challenge to all of us that, think about it. If we allow from Supreme Courts, or justices from the Supreme Courts, all the way to a magistrate, to elect who becomes the head of the judiciary, wouldn't that consolidate our democracy, number one? Because if democracy in Ghana and everywhere, it is characterized by elections. At least one of the features of democracy is election. If there's no election, we will call it something else than democracy. So I think that we Article 144, especially in relation to Chief Justice, from appointment to, I'm telling you, if that is done, this is how it's going to work. And I have this proposal that I've presented to the secretary already. I have stated in there that there should be a 6-year term for the Chief Justice. My reasons: one, it will overlap the 4-year term, or the 4-year, the one term 4-year of the president, so that the president cannot manipulate whatever is happening, because the Chief Justice will have at least 6-year period to become a Chief Justice. That Chief Justice can again put himself or herself up for re-election. You can put yourself up for re-election. So in order for all the audience to benefit over here, let me just pick my reasons why I put these things. And it's very, very simple. My reasons for all these things: that it will solidify the independence of the judiciary as provided under Article 127 of the 1992 Constitution. That's the first one. That it will take away any perceptions of political coloration that may tag the Chief Justice as it appears in its current form. Professor Chiguba brought, I would say, a report showing how various justices of the Supreme Court have gone one way in decision making that favors our party. And therefore, if we have, for example, our Chief Justice being elected by the judiciary, and I'm very clear on that, the judiciary, then we are going to remove this coloration. Number 3, that it will make the Chief Justice, and I like this one, more accountable to the Constitution and subject to the judiciary for which he or she heads. Very clear. 4, that, and this is a point I make earlier, that the head of the executive, being the president, is an elected position. That of the Speaker of Parliament, who presides over Parliament, the arm of government, is an. Therefore, the position of Chief Justice, who is the head of the third arm of government.
It is very long.
No, it's not long. It's not long.
Can we have it here?
It's not long. I've given it to them already. But I'm saying that for the benefit of the audience, I have to still do what I'm doing. It's an elected position. Therefore, the position of Chief Justice, who is the head of the third arm of government, should be an elected position in a similar way in which the Speaker of Parliament is elected. Speaker of Parliament is elected by the members of Parliament. And therefore, the same way, Chief Justice can be elected by the judiciary, not the judicial service, the judiciary. Now, again, please.
Thank you. I think the point is
yes,
made.
there are other points I'm adding.
So,
the other things that
short.
Yes. The other thing that I mentioned Article 1, 2, 3. Sorry, clauses 1, 2, 3 of Article 144. So let me exhaust it. Now, if you look at the other ones, they talk about the appointment of other superior court justices, the Supreme Court justices, the Court of Appeal. Now, I think and I propose that we should allow all these things to be by application. I'm a justice of the High Court. I think that I'm qualified to go to Court of Appeal. My institution is an independent institution. I should apply and go. I don't think that the president is the only person who has the wisdom in this world to be able to say that I want to appoint this particular lawyer or this particular justice to go and become a Court of Appeal judge. It then brings in the coloration. And when I talk about coloration, I'm talking about political coloration. Therefore, I think and I propose that when we are moving from High Court to the Court of Appeal, it should be by application. The application should be by justices of the High Courts, number one. Then members of the bar who qualifies. Then members in academia who also qualify. Same should apply to the progression from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. Members of the Court of Appeal should be eligible to apply. People from academia, that's I'm talking about law, and then members of the bar. We should not allow the president to be the one doing this appointment. And I said this is to consolidate the independence of the judiciary.
Thank you.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Thank you.
I think.
So submit.
Madam,
Please submit.
No, I think yes. I know.
Or make the point.
Yes.
Short.
Yes. So let me conclude on the other one.
Please conclude, but make it very short.
But Madam MC, I think the committee is here for our sake.
You know, there are other people who are also here.
I think the committee is here for our sake. When they leave, we are not going to see them anywhere again. So let me just make the point.
Mr. Chairman, your indulgence.
So now I come to Article 19.2.
Just a quick question. Okay. So we were saying there should be an application. Who should the application be made to?
So the status quo of the Judicial Council still exists. I've not touched on that one. So the application should go there.
To the Judicial Council.
Judicial Council. I've not made any proposal on amendments. Now, Article 19.2a talks about trying a criminal offense with a judge and jury when the punishment is murder. My senior colleague over here, Mr. Dugu, made a point on it. I think that it is unnecessary. First of all, we are having issues with a lot of human interference in justice delivery, especially criminal justice. I work in the prosecution division. There are a lot of times you have a solid case. A lawyer has built, police has built a solid case. Lawyer has built a solid prosecutorial case. You go to court, then all that a juror will say is that he is not guilty. What has come? Your work has just come to nothing. I think that if we are to structure our constitution to make sure that we deliver criminal justice in an effective way, the jury system must be out of the system because it is actually giving more human interference in the process of justice delivery. And I'm saying so because at the end of the day, we have had situations that judges were found one way or the other taking inducements. Now, for the jurors, we are not going to even see them anywhere. They can be in their house and nobody is interested in investigating jurors. Nobody is interested in investigating jurors. And therefore,
the mic says,
and therefore,
thank you.
It is one thing that the review, the
mic says, thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council.
That's our job.
Thank you, Council.
When are we going to do it again? The last one.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the last one is on strike.
I want to ask.
Chairman, the last one is on strike. I have to say this, and that I may
okay, Council, please.
The last one is on strike.
Please hold on. Please hold on.
I want to ask
the high table has some questions for you.
That is so.
So please hold on.
To you and the other attorney who talk about jury trial, what about the death penalty? We are interested in that. We want your view. The lawyers here and the lay people on death penalty.
Yes, we honestly, let me speak for myself.
Yes.
I do not have any qualms about the death penalty being removed. I don't have
Why?
any.
Why?
Yeah, my Lord, respectfully, I think that it has to do with the fact that, yes, the person has committed a crime. In fact, at the time of prosecuting the person, you, the prosecutor, sometimes you even have passion for whatever you are doing. To the extent that you are seeing a fellow human being going to be killed, and it is by your own doing or by your doing as well. It's sometimes passionate. I mean, you feel very emotional about it. So for me, I think that, yes, we should maintain it. What I want us to rather look at is that I think there's this position of criminal jurisprudence that when somebody commits murder, he must necessarily have a counsel in the matter. Even if they don't have a counsel, the case cannot move on. That is my problem. If he commits murder, victim's family deceased family are on you. Then they say you have a lawyer. We should get a lawyer for him. Then the case is delaying. That is my issue with that particular. But the removal of the death penalty, I don't think that there's a problem with it.
Okay.
Yes. And then please, my last thing that I want to talk about is the strike. Please, the constitution review. In 92, I wasn't there. Now I'm here. Let me talk.
It says strike.
In 92, I wasn't there.
Madam,
even though I was born before 92,
let him
but
talk.
I wasn't there.
It says
Please,
about
strikes.
strike.
Yes. I have combed the constitution. I do not see anything related to strike or industrial action. Yes.
Strike.
Strikes.
Uh-huh.
Strikes.
It's in the Labor Act.
My Lord, please, I'm talking about the constitution. The constitution. That I've combed it. And I don't see anything about strikes or industrial action in the constitution. It tells me very well that fundamentally, strikes are not part of the governance architecture of the country. I'm saying so because currently what we are seeing, and it started from the last administration, even into this administration, and I'm not holding brief for any administration. I'm a neutral person. The issue is this. Strikes are becoming too much and sometimes unnecessary. One, it is actually eroding the ability to govern. And when we continue to allow everybody, including people who are providing essential services, to go on strike, then there's going to be a problem in this country. There will be a time the country cannot be governed again. And for me, it is not even about governance alone, but it is about the people. The people are going to suffer a lot. Now, let's look at the police service and all the security services. We have it very clear that they cannot bear the decision in the SEPS case. They cannot go on strike. Essential service people cannot go on strike. This should be in the constitution. The issue about the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwifery Association, for example, I mean, we should have it entrenched just like the way we have that of the police people who don't go on strike. They don't go on strike, and we don't hear them complaining. So why do we allow essential service providers to go on strike?
Thank you. The clerk says it all. Thank you. Before we came in, I was given a threat by the lawyers in the room. They told me that they like to talk. Counsel Adugu, he told me they like to talk. So I also made up my mind to regulate their talking. But unfortunately, you are starting them to talk plenty. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for that. Please, let's go ahead.
I'm Seth Fiagoma. I work with the National Commission for Civic Education, South Tong District. I have two proposals that I want to put before the committee. The first one has to do with Article 244(2). Our MPs are a simple majority. And when they go to the parliament, the speaker is also then elected by simple majority. When you come to the district assembly, the presiding member has to be elected by 2/3. I don't think in the interest of the management of the assembly, it delays the whole process. I propose that we amend that particular provision so that they will also be elected by simple majority. And also, the MPs Second one, I propose that part of that fund be set aside to cater for the unit committee members. The unit committee, they form the base of our governance structure. And working with them is becoming a challenge because there's no motivation at the base. And so if the committee can take it on board, there should be a provision in the Constitution to make at least a token available for them so that working with them will be easy for us at the grassroots level. The final one has to do with Article 276 that bar our revered chiefs from participating in active politics. I want to propose that that particular provision be amended and the phrase active party politics be clearly defined. And the punishment, because the word active politics is defined in so many contexts. And so, in one way or the other, to me, it's vague. The way you will define it will be different from the way the chief or equipment will define it. And so, I propose that the Constitution be clear on that particular provision. Thank you.
I see a hand at the back. At our Muslim community, our youth, Mr. Chair, Prof. Chair, I see here a Muslim community, our youth. So, am I permitted to have a few more? In fact, at this point, we wanted to hear from the security services, our chiefs, and then we could take the reaction from the committee and we break. But if there are a few groups here who have some pressing contributions, kindly let's take a few and then 1, 2, 3. Yes. Please, any other? 4. Kindly calm down. The security services, please, if you have any contributions, let me see. 1. Security services. Okay. So after this batch, we move straight to Tobio and then we will call it a day. So if you have anything to say, say it now or forever. Yes. So if there are no others, we take those standing, we take from Tobio, and Mama, yes, of course, and Mama, and then we call it a day. Please, let's start, Alaji.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Issa Sali, from the Office of the Regional Chief Imam. My first submission or proposal is that it has to do with the thieves in this country. Anybody who has stolen something and that thing can be classified in such a way that his or her hand can be chopped off, it should be in the Constitution. That is number 1. Yes, that is number 1. Number 2, anybody who get involved in raping, whether male or female, that person should be given 100 lashes. That is number 2. First, now, okay, number 3. I think this country don't have true. Anybody at all says how he or she likes. You go to a certain place, the same item with different prices. We don't have control over that, so something should be done about it. Lastly, it has to do with EC. any electoral commission, the chairperson or returning officer, who at the end of the election should declare a result more than once, that should be removed automatically. That is competent. Yeah. And then again, yeah, that is okay about the EC. Again, any EC or returning officer who will declare a result on a percentage wise that is more than 100% should be automatically removed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Latte Emmanuel.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Please, thank you very much. Thank you. Please, can we listen to the next submission? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Latte Emmanuel, and I'm the Vice Chairman of Timber Market Association, or Timber Market. There is a problem we are facing. Like when you are bringing goods to the market for sales, there is a group of people from Accra, and then we normally call them national people. When they arrest you, they will take you to Accra. They will not spare you. And then when you get there, you have to pay penalty for the goods and then for the car. It's either they leave you or they seize it and sell it for a different person. And then we have different problem again from a group of people loitering around when it's late in the evening, and they said that they are national security. When you are coming, they stop you and then question you. It's either they take money from you or they refuse to leave the goods. And then the national people, they don't bring the goods to regional office of forestry here or district office. They send you direct. And then about the folks, the national security, national security. We know we are having a new government. So national security is working now. It's affecting some of us. So me as a timberman, when I'm bringing my goods and I've spent a whole lot of money, even I have my people around me, my security personnel, that they are on the road. They stop. We know we alone, we cannot eat it. We give you something small. You chop small, I chop small. But then, our security personnel, sometimes they refuse. They give you some amount of money you pay, and then you have to pay it before you go. After that, they continue threatening you about, I'll call this person, hey, I'll do this. Then you have to make sure that you find the money and then you pay them. Whereby it's not fair. So we are having now, as I'm talking to you, we are having barriers at some certain locations. When you are coming, they say they are assembly people. They lay barriers. So you have to stop. Then they give you amount. Last time I was coming and then I met a barrier. They said one wood is 4 cedis. Whilst we are selling the wood at the market 100 cedis per one. And you are taking 4 cedis out of it. The petrol and everything. We are buying diesel, everything for the work. And you alone, you are taking 4 cedis.
Thank you.
So if I'm bringing wood and it's 100 pieces, I have to pay times 4 of it.
Okay.
So it's disturbing. I can't reduce my wood. They said they have reduced the dollar. But then the people on the road, they are taking a lot of money from us. So after taking that, the way I will sell it before I get something for my family, I have to sell it and gain something on it.
Okay.
And then
I have your suggestion.
So I suggest they should question them, especially the national and then the tax force.
Thank you.
And then I have one issue. In addition to my sister, she said something earlier on about the market issue. The market has been said, the buildings has come out for a very long time now. They've not said it. But some of us, we have paid for a long time. We have paid for the rooms.
That is for the district assembly.
So they should question them too.
These ones cannot, the committee cannot question them.
They should go further and ask them, why are they not giving out the rooms? Because we have paid for it.
Okay.
We have paid for it. If you go to the assembly, they will ask you to prepare your this thing, the document, go and do photocopy and give it to this person.
Thank you.
I've been doing that for a very long time.
Thank you, our
Thank you,
Lambres. Now, we need to be law-abiding citizens. We need to be law-abiding citizens. The giver and the taker are all guilty. So please, don't give on the road. I think what I pick from your mission is proper regulation, timber system, right? So we will take that one. The package one, we'll talk about it with assembly. Thank you. Yes, Josh.
Thank you so much. My name is Joshua Tete Ayayi from for Sustainability. Article 17, Clause 2 of the Constitution says no one shall be discriminated against on the basis of, let me limit it to gender. But with the Criminal Offences Act, we've been committing some discrimination. In terms of rape, in Ghana, men cannot be raped, boys cannot be raped. And this is serious discrimination. And so, yes, and so, and you tend to find that this leads to a lot of issues that has to do with GBV, and then it goes into the men's mental health, depression, the reason why a lot of the men are dying more than the women. It spreads across. And so please, let us look at that. And I'll also say that a lot of, or a number of the issues that have been raised here today, like you said initially, has to do with repealing our statutes and then engagement and participation at the different levels of governance. That reveals a huge gap. Meaningful participation in decision-making is a serious issue, and it is something I would want the committee to put in their recommendations. Once it is in the recommendations and the reports come out, then we can also take it at advocates and run with it to the various channels at the various levels. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Clint Kobla Mochi Agboji, Ho Central, Kekele Radio. So I have 3 submissions that I want to make, but then with your permission, Your Honor, you asked the council a question, which is what do we have to say about death punishment or a death sentence? One, I'm not a lawyer, but then I just want to throw my opinion. One, the judiciary or the lawyers prosecuting somebody to death sentence is also another crime being committed by the state. So I would want you guys to look at that so that you work on it. My first mission is on national agenda. We have witnessed a series of state funds, state properties go to waste, a lot of them in our country. We have political parties come into power, then they omit or avoid continuing other administrations' projects. So we see all those projects loitering around in the bushes and becomes a home for the animals in the bush, and it becomes a place for hunters, whilst all these facilities can play a better role in developing our country. What I don't see in our constitution is that the Constitution National provided or made a provision for an independent body that would draw or lay down a 50 or 100 years developmental plan for the country, where all political parties that are vouching for power or that will be going in for elections and want to be elected wouldn't have to come around telling us their manifesto on what they want to bring or what they want to come and do for the country. But rather, they will now follow the plan that is laid down by this independent body for the country. If, should in case the independent body says we want to buy 50 plastic chairs for Ghana, you, the political parties coming in, you will tell us how you want to implement this policy, not to come and tell us what you want to do for us. And I would propose that you make this policy subjected to review because of the evolvement of technology. Then also to my second opinion is we know that the Constitution has made provision for the custodians of our land. One, government, I stand to be corrected. Government is a body that is supposed to manage the land and then develop it for the custodian. So there is an owner, like where we live today, or where we are today is whole, and we believe that the chiefs of this town are the owners of the land. But they have agreed to subject themselves to the Constitution. For that matter, the government is supposed to manage any mineral on this world to develop the land for the custodians. But what we see of late, if there is a land issue, instead of the people going to the chiefs first, they will avoid the chiefs and go to the police station. And the police now will do the case, whilst the case needs to pass through a channel of order. Now, what that has done to our leaders is it has made our chiefs powerless. We want our chiefs to still hold the power to make decisions, and those decisions will be held. One, if the case passed through our chiefs before getting to the police and court, and the judge sees that, no, a verdict has been passed by this traditional leader.
Please.
Yeah, I'm done. A verdict has been passed by this traditional leader. He holds more power. For that matter, he gives enough respect to our leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should observe some protocols when we come to make submissions. Please, if you want to address the table, the committee, the chair, kindly let's avoid using certain terms like you guys and so on, please. Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The committee is Albert Gabin, and I'm speaking on behalf of the National Association of Farmers and Fishermen, Home Municipal. So in the chapter 6 of our constitution, under the economic objectives, they stated here that the state shall take appropriate measures to promote the development of agriculture and industry. Now, with the current issue we are facing with the galamsey affecting most of the lands in the region, in Eastern, Ashanti, and in Western region, where the produce currently coming from those regions are being reported to contain a lot of toxic chemicals. So now they are focusing on Volta and then Northern to push and fill that gap. But then the farmers don't have the machines to scale up production. And in the Constitution, we don't have a particular structure that states that, okay, this and this and this should be done, make sure that we're able to mitigate or increase production and even fill in for the buffer stock gaps that are currently available. So if we can enforce and make sure that the cooperatives are working well, those for the fishermen, those for vegetables, those for cereal, are working well, and then something like a machinery loan being given to those cooperatives so that they can get machines, then expand their production. When sales are made, payments are being done, then those machines remain with the cooperatives, hence we'll have a sustainable way of farming, increasing our yields, depending on local production as well. And also with the issue of some communities not allowing women to own lands. Meanwhile, in most of the rural areas, it is the women that even do most of the farming. But they are not allowed to own lands, and even when some of them lose their husbands, those lands end up going into the hands of another person, leaving the woman and the children to the special grace of God. I think that should also be something that we also need to look at. Thank you very much.
Fine. Okay. One of our DCs also has a comment. That will be the last. So, Honorable, when he's done, you make your comments, and then I'll move to Top and Mama.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm very grateful for the opportunity. It's quite unfortunate. Most of my concerns have been raised already, except one, which has to do with Article 57, Clause 4, 5, and 6, which seeks to exculpate the president from civil and criminal liabilities or omissions that he commits whilst in office in his personal capacity. I believe that such provision is more or less a clock on accountability and is highly discriminatory, especially the Clause 6. I believe or I think that we should do away with it. Because just as the Chief Justice, the IGP, and other heads of institutions are being subjected to our laws with regards to whatever decisions, omissions, or acts that they engage or involve themselves in, they are taking on. The president should also be taken on as well, especially the class 6. If nothing at all, he can be taken on or face legal proceedings for whatever omissions or acts he commits whilst in office after his tenure. The 3 years provision there is highly discriminatory. It's not fair. We should do away with it. Thank you. I'm Eugene Apacha from Adakulu.
Thank you, Honorable. Hey, Papa Soja, I called you. You didn't come. Yes, so I said all those who raised their hand should come join the line. I didn't see you. So please come. He's raised his hand again. That's why I was.
Committee Chairman, my name is Kilian Donko, Bando MC. My question and then suggestion is based on girls' schools. It seems we don't have any provision in the Constitution for technical schools. We have only bylaws. We don't have any provisions in technical schools and vocational schools. Technical and TVET is law, it's not constitutional. So I want to suggest if there will be a provision for technical and vocational school from our basic schools to our tertiary school. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Naval Lieutenant Agizo, lawyer and also the legal officer in Ghana Armed Forces. I'm currently stationed with the 66th Artillery Regiment. I have 3 submissions to make to the committee. My first one has to do with the issue of cross-carpeting the president. In the wake of the issue of cross-carpeting in, I think, the latter part of last year, we saw the legal turmoil that ensued. And that prompted me to comb through the Constitution to see if there is any express provision that prohibits the president from defecting from the party on whose ticket he was elected. And I couldn't find any such express provision. So it is my proposal to the committee that in doing this work, there should be an express provision against the president from what? Defecting from the party on whose ticket he gets elected. In order to avoid the legal turmoil, because it will lead to a lot of things which may be solved legally, but will take some time. That is my first submission. My second submission is on the issue of military justice, particularly the issue of detention. As we may be aware, Article 14.3, the 1992 Constitution sets the 48-hour rule. However, in certain, I think Section 66 of the Armed Forces Act provides an interesting provision under which a service personnel may be detained for up to 90 days before he faces trial. This issue, I mean, being lawyers in the armed forces, we are aware of it. We've been approached by service personnel. There is no defense for it because it goes contrary to the 48-hour rule. In fact, there have even been 2 decisions by the High Court on this matter, which are conflicting. It is my humble submission that we have two possible things we can go. The first one is either amending Article 14.3 to expressly exempt military personnel from the 48-hour rule. And that will be a matter of constitutional review. Or we actually repeal that Section 61 of the Armed Forces Act, so that we do away with that 90-day detention against service personnel, because it is very, very, very contrary to their fundamental human rights. And lastly, because my lady mentioned the issue of death penalty, I want to comment on it. I think in 2023, the Criminal Offences Act was amended, and then the death penalty was done away with with relation to some particular offense, but it still remains in our constitution, and it also still remains in the statute books of the military, such that we still have punishments we still have offenses which are punishable by death within the military setting. I also want to add my voice to the advocacy that it should be abolished even from the constitution, because my research has shown that studies indicate the death penalty does not even deter offenders any more than imprisonment. And secondly, owing to the lapses in our judicial system, if we impose the death penalty, we'll risk executing people who may be innocent, because sometimes exculpatory evidence will show up years after conviction, and on appeal the person may be acquitted on that. So that is the end of my submission. Thank you so much for indulging me.
Thank you very much. Prof. Chair, please, I also have 3 quick. The first one, on the houses of chiefs. The chief is defined as chiefs and queen mothers. But currently, with the architecture of our houses of chiefs, we do not have paramount queen mothers being part. I think it should be a matter of constitution that the houses of chiefs should have paramount queen mothers represented. Number 2, Article 27 of the Constitution makes a provision for institutions to provide childcare facilities for women who are in active service. It's a bit ambiguous because people ask, is it the mother institution where you are working or just general childcare facility? So I want that session to also be looked at, that institutions where mothers work, because up to 6 months, you can't leave the child somewhere, you are in Accra, the child is in Medina, it's still the same problem. So it should be clearly defined, and then punitive measures attached. Then last one, I don't know if we have engaged our children in this process. If not, I want to suggest that the committee makes some space to engage our children to pick their views in this process. Thank you very much. Now I want to quickly turn to Togbio. Togbi, now you are cleaning up for us. We have the floor. Thank you.
All right, okay. Thank you very much, Madam MC, and then the entire committee and the chairman. I am Togbe Drakachigbe the fourth. I'm here on the ticket, the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. My submission goes to the fact that we as chiefs believe we form an integral composition of the local governance systems of our country. But as it stands, there is virtually nothing in the local governance systems that invites chiefs to play active roles at the various assemblies. We want this committee to consider the fact that there should be a properly laid down status to really incorporate chiefs in the local governance system of our country. My second one goes to that statement in the Chieftaincy Act that bars or states that chiefs cannot be in activism partisanship. I think that statement should be expunged entirely because it doesn't work. We are in this country, there are punishments, there is not bars any chief from making any statement. So that statement there is just like a camouflage to some of us. So it should be expunged entirely because simply not working among us.
one comes to the disposal of state properties. I also want to suggest that especially politicians should be banned from participating or enjoying anything that has to do with the state in terms of it being at the disposal stage, being it land, being it vehicles, being it buildings, being it whatsoever. Especially politicians should be barred from it. I also want to crave the indulgence of this house that our cultural, social, and moral values as a country is also being violated under the umbrella freedom of speech. Anybody gets anyhow, get on the radio, call in at any time, throw insults at a chief, at a president, at any person, which naturally our culture does not permit. So we should have serious activities in trying to regulate our airwaves under the umbrella of freedom of speech. I also want to suggest that currently our judicial terms are the House of Chiefs. Currently attends to issues that are related to tools and skins of a particular chief or an area. Any other issue that concerns a chief that needs resolution gets attended to at the normal regular courts. I want to suggest if there could be a separate court or an amendment to this, that any issue that borders around a chief should be dealt at the chieftaincy level. Because it's almost becoming an issue where a chief is having an issue or a subject of a chief drags a chief to a court, and the chief becomes a point of ridicule and actually loses respect in the communities. Because at the traditional normal courts, everybody comes there, pick whatsoever information, they go out there and it becomes an issue for the chiefs to deal. So I would want to suggest if that aspect too could be looked into. Probably, if this could be my very last one, I want to ask for protection for our girl children. As a stance, I am talking from an experience as a traditional leader. There are so many, in quote, single mothers in our communities these days. The women are there with their children and they don't have fathers. What has happened? Why can't we bring in these men? Probably if there's any kind of punishment or so that can be allocated to such things, probably it could curb some of these things that we have. Out of an instance of rape. Rape is criminal, yes, we agree. A girl is raped, the result becomes a pregnancy, the boy or the man gets killed in court, the child and then becomes burden to the mother. Can states come in during these stages and probably take charge of the child that is born, probably through a and I think finally my last word will be on hello? Yes. There are communities in our country that still looks primitive, in quote. I want to suggest that there should be a proper means with which the national cake is allocated. Because virtually each of these communities have assemblies that they fall under. But development or any other thing is just limited to a very little space around these same assemblies. There are thousands of communities that are living in deprived conditions in this modern country as we speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dogwe. I want to suggest that the National Development Plan should be embraced by all political parties and entrenched or incorporated in their manifestos. The background is that Ghana's development has been hindered by inconsistencies in national policies due to frequent changes in government and political ideologies. Successive governments often abandon the long-term development agenda of their predecessors, leading to waste of resources and loss of developmental momentum. We wish to propose that the 1992 Constitution should be amended. 1, to establish the National Development Plan as a legally binding framework. 2, to mandate all political parties to align their manifestos with the NDP. 3, to create a National Development Planning Commission as an independent constitutional body with oversight powers. 4, to require a minimum 20-year NDP updated every 10 years with public and parliamentary input. Finally, to ensure the NDP is passed by 2/3 of Parliament and published as a schedule to the Constitution. Thank you. Mama Nenyo, the first.
Hello. Tobi Madeku, Enyade Lashiwa. Tobi Agbobada, Mereko Nyade Lashiwa. Akbe.
Prof. Chair and the entire committee, I want to touch on the chieftaincy issues, like Tobi Abja. Actually, it beats my imagination at times when they say chiefs are barred from politics. To my understanding, when a chief is asking for a good road, he's into politics. There is difference between active politics and political activity. There must be a clear distinction on that. At times, it baffles me because the propounders of the theories of good governance states participatory, inclusiveness, other things. And when it's time for campaign and other things, the politicians walk to the chiefs, who are the shepherds of the community. They have to coalesce for the good governance of the country. As soon as they reach office, they say chiefs are barred from politics. And at times, the articles, Article 277, states clearly who a chief is. But when some chiefs talk, there is silence. But when others talk, there is problem. This promotes ethnocentrism. We must take this into consideration, that all chiefs one. We are all understood. Secondly, in fact, the saying that chiefs that are not in compliance with my policies and other things, they will run and leave their sandals, I think it's an it's of the past. People who argue chiefs took part in this in the colonial days made mention of something that currently chiefs are a little bit educated now. But the political elite always try to undermine the chieftaincy institution. The committee must take this into consideration to to define the chieftain establishment of the chieftaincy institution. I heard the Prof. Chair said that establishment is not conscious, draw something, but it must be put in place. Secondly, when the political elites are debating, the legal brains at times, they just talk. We are not lawyers. We hear that ambiguity. This clause is ambiguous, this one is this. They make those debates. So the committee must take this into consideration. Where there is ambiguity, we are not lawyers. They must try to put that measures in place very well. And one other thing I want to touch, a lot of people have spoken already about appointments. The excessive appointive powers of the president must be looked at very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our revered traditional authority and our distinguished participants in this important activity. I want to turn to the committee for their comments, questions, clarifications. Prof. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I had a number of issues, but time is gone. So just to emphasize on an issue that someone raised with us, that we tend to undervalue the importance of values in our governance, or not to place the necessary emphasis, that we can develop the most refined constitution, but if our attitudes, our work, our governance is not undergirded by values, these things will not have any effects. And so I would like to see that, as we talk about what kind of constitution we need, perhaps we should also be looking at how do we inculcate, how do we incorporate, how do we ensure that the values that should guide us are inculcated and they are reflected in the ways in which we approach the governance of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so mine is a very quick one. I think in our rounds, several suggestions have been made to us. Some we've heard comments and suggestions from this particular engagement, but some I have not heard a word. And I just want to draw your attention, and if you can help us with a written submission, it will be great. The first has to do with the Council of State, whether we should keep it as it is, should we do away with it? If we are to keep it, can we tweak it, and how would you like it tweaked? The second has to do with the payment of some percentage of revenue coming from the natural resources in a particular community to the community. Let's say about 5% or 10% to the community, and the greater chunk sent to the national kitty. I haven't heard any comment on whether you think it's a good suggestion that, let's say we have oil in this community, you should have about 5% or 10% for the development of the area, and the greater chunk sent to the national kitty. I haven't heard a word about this, but I'll be glad to pick your minds on this particular matter. The last part is there's a suggestion we had from Tamale that persons with disability should be made to retire or should be allowed to retire on their salaries, their terminal salaries. So anytime there's an increment, they should also enjoy same. So I'm just trying to say, if you have thoughts on this, time is fast spent, but you can send us a written proposal on any of these items. I thank you very much.
A clarification from Togbe, Nana, about, you said something about if somebody have an issue with a chief, it should be dealt with at the traditional council instead of in the courts? So is it a chieftaincy matter you are talking about? Because if it is chieftaincy matter, he cannot come to a court. He has to go to a traditional council with it because the courts do not have jurisdiction in chieftaincy matters. So if you give further clarification.
Yes, I would want to believe that's explicitly what it's supposed to be, but that is not the case. The only cases that are dealt with at the traditional council and the regional houses level, it's only issues that has to do with a stool or a scheme. There are other several cases that gets chiefs involved, and they are not dealt at those levels.
With land matters, land disputes, they actually
Yes.
come to court, to the regular courts.
All land issues in Volta region are in court.
Yes, so it's in all the regions too. Chiefs, is that what you are talking about?
Not necessarily a land issue that bothers someone else, but something that has to do with a particular chief in those very cases. Not issues that has to do with maybe
So
subjects
I
to
think we will need further clarification on that.
All right, okay, that's
Because
fine.
the law as it stands, any matter touching on chieftaincy cannot be dealt with by any court. Only the supervisory jurisdiction of the traditional council that can be heard by a higher court. And then appeals from the National House of Chiefs goes with leave to the Supreme Court. Other than that, any other matter, if it does not border on chieftaincy or a stool, occupant of a stool, comes to the regular courts. So if you feel that you should go further to protect the dignity of a chief,
yeah.
so then that one, we need further clarification.
Right.
And perhaps that can be put in the Chieftaincy Act,
Very well.
not necessarily in the Constitution.
In the Constitution, all
So
right,
please, we need further clarification on that.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for this very robust exchange of views. The fact that we are still here almost 15 minutes to 3 suggests that it's been a very successful engagement. There's a lot of issues that have come up. Let me just quickly respond to some that I in my notes. So this issue of chiefs and their involvement in active politics. In fact, this is not the first time it's come up. The Supreme Court actually had a case I think a year or two ago, where they had to interpret that particular provision, active politics. So the opinion, and maybe I think you should, maybe the Houses of Chiefs must circulate that the chiefs understand it. So currently, under that interpretation, I think the opinion was written by Justice Yoni Kolendi. It's a very elaborate opinion with a lot of history and everything. So you can endorse, even elections, a chief can endorse a policy. You can endorse a project. You can say, when you are visited by a politician, well, we like this project that you guys did in my community. We like this policy because my constituents have been benefiting from it. So programs, policies, projects. The Supreme Court says, one, you cannot endorse the party or the person, but you can endorse the other piece, the projects, the program. So far, that is the definition. So when you go beyond that to endorse the party or the person of the candidate, you are involved in active politics. You are not going to do that. The remaining problem is that there is no sanction. And so that issue has come before us, and some proposals are saying that conduct of that kind that violates the prohibition should be reported to the House of Chiefs for them to deal with the matter, because it involves a chief and and all of that. So it's a sensitive matter. So yes, people have mentioned it as something we should deal with. NDC issue is in fact, I like your very elaborate proposal in terms of how we should handle the matter. And I think you are right that if we want to give more effectiveness to the National Development Plan, then the plan itself must be given legislative backing. It must pass Parliament so that it becomes a law. When it's a law, then it doesn't matter which government is in power. It's a law that binds successive governments, so you can follow it that way. But I think the problem is with the change of NDC now. Again, you mentioned that it must be made more independent. Currently, it is not. The way it is structured and the membership. That is why some of the parties feel that when they come to power, they don't have to follow it, because virtually everybody who is on the commission is like part of the last regime. So if we want to make it effective, I think apart from the legislative backing that you suggested, we should also do something about the composition of the body, more bipartisan, less tied to a particular party or government or regime, so that when they are out of power, the next one feels they have to continue. But the problem of continuity of projects also raises the issue of what is the role of the local government, of local assemblies. All projects are located in particular areas, right? No project is built anywhere except in a district. If government is doing a road, an infrastructure project, it resides in a particular region. How, in our rearrangement of local government, what can we do about that so that maybe local ownership of the project, if we allow local assemblies to become involved, maybe they will accelerate or push the project, because it is the local community that's going to benefit. If a housing project or a hospital project is abandoned, it is the local community that actually has been deprived of a service that was going to be mostly for the local community. So maybe the way in which we look at who gets to continue this, who gets to own it, who gets to lobby for it, we have to figure out a way so that everything just doesn't become, we are not so dependent or at the mercy of politicians in Accra all the time. I think that is part of the problem. And in this conversation about local government, I think that's really the key. How do we devolve power from the center so that local communities can own their own development, can take control of even projects that have not been completed, and find a way to make sure that they are completed? That, I think, is part of the conversation. The issue around the Queen Mothers, I think one of the very early engagements we had in Accra, one of the paramount Queen Mothers in the country showed up and made this proposal of including the Queen Mothers in the regional and national houses of chiefs. It is a proposal I think we expect to pick up with the chiefs in the national house of chiefs when we meet them. But that proposal is there. It has been made. The national and regional houses of chiefs, unlike the local customary institutions, those are creatures of state. The regional house of chiefs is something that we took from the colonial period, and we have enshrined it in the constitution. So with the national house of chiefs, so we can do something about it. And we'll have to discuss it with the chiefs to see how it's going to work out. Eventually. We've had so many good proposals here. The proposal about the National Media Commission is one of the commissions we have engaged about speech. I think our paramount chief mentioned culture and the airwaves and the language that is used on the airwaves and all of that. And the National Media Commission has also made representation that its mandate appear to extend to sanctions and how to regulate content of broadcast. So there are specific recommendations around making sure that we can allow the National Media Commission some authority to regulate the broadcasting. otherwise currently in fact they try to do that. They try to issue some regulations, and it was defeated in the Supreme Court as unconstitutional, and they haven't gone. So this is one of the things I think we can also pursue. I like your proposal about disposal of state property and making sure that public office holders do not turn around to buy state property. I think really it's one of those things that give it some serious attention. The military justice issue is quite intriguing. I didn't know that, but the Constitution is very clear. Article, and sometimes some of the things we blame on the Constitution, it's not the Constitution's problem. The problem is that many state institutions follow their own parent law more than they follow the Constitution. So even if the parent law that governs the particular institution is in conflict with the Constitution, they keep following it. Article 12 is very clear. The fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter shall be respected and upheld by the executive, legislature, and judiciary, and all organs of government and its agencies. Every institution of state is covered by the chapter on fundamental human rights. So the idea that military, that the soldiers would be put in pre-trial detention for 90 days is a clear violation. But it is not only the soldiers. Almost every institution continues to follow its own organic laws and its own institutional laws, oftentimes to the neglect of the Constitution. And we haven't done anything to harmonize the two. We just say that if you have a problem, go to court. In some other countries, when they did the Constitution, they also anticipated this problem. So what they did is they created a body, a Constitution implementation body, that after the Constitution has come into force, will go into the Constitution and make sure that all the laws that are not consistent with it are repealed. We have not chosen the repeal approach. We have chosen the judicial review approach. So we take it to court before it is taken off the books. And I think it's a long process. And it's the reason why so many of our remain the same, even though we are saying something different. And maybe this is something that we need to advise. How exactly do we make sure that everything we are doing here, if we propose something and the Constitution changes, that the institutions will not continue to be doing the old, even though the Constitution has changed. And that is always a problem. So I think it's an important point. And it also goes to even our Criminal Offences Act. The issue about rape not being gender neutral and being all of that, the language is obviously very archaic. Carnal knowledge, that language, you won't find it in any modern criminal law. It's an old law. Maybe somebody needs to change the language. We haven't done. So there's a lot of stuff that we don't change in our books. And that really is why we don't keep up with changes. It's not that we don't recognize that society has changed. We just don't update our laws. We just don't update our laws currently. The technical education bit, it is actually not correct that it is not in the Constitution. Article 25B recognizes technical education as part of education, and secondary education especially. So it says, all persons shall have the right to equal educational opportunities and facilities with a view to achieving of that right. B, secondary education in its different forms, including technical and vocational education, shall be made generally available. Right? So the Constitution expressly recognizes secondary education. Now, if you are saying, and when it says higher education, it doesn't exclude any, right? So I'm presuming that it carries on to that level. So secondary education is actually enshrined in the Constitution, and it's not excluded. This issue about the MP share of the common fund, it's one conversation we haven't had extensively here. But what people are, some of the discussion is that if you take MPs outside, if you choose, if you remove MPs from becoming ministers, one, and you now elect MMDCs, why what would be the case for MPs retaining the share of the common fund? Which is not by practice. So there have been people who think that we should, once we are able to take MPs away from being ministers, which is a lot of people support that idea. I don't know if it's going to succeed, but there are proposals like that. And if we are now electing our own local mayors who are now directly responsible for development at the local level, what should we do with MC? It's a big fight. It's not just in Ghana. I don't know if the MPs met somewhere in Africa and decided, but you have it in Zambia, you have it in Kenya. I mean, this is something that is going on around Africa, and the MPs fight to keep it. Even in countries where all the ministers come from outside parliament, like in Kenya, the MPs still fight, and the Supreme Court in Kenya has declared the MPs Common Fund unconstitutional, but they are still finding ways to keep it. So it's something that we need to think about. Many people have suggested that maybe once, if we're able to take it away from them, which is a political fight, we could give it to, like you said, the assembly members so that it serves the electoral areas directly. People have also proposed that we should give a share of it to the chiefs because they also do a lot of lobbying up and down on behalf of the community to get projects and all of that. So different proposals that come around the issue. The strike issue is interesting, right? I mean, in the Constitution, it doesn't mention strike, right? But when you look at Article 24, it says every worker has a right to form or join a trade union of choice for the promotion and protection of his economic and social interest. And then the next provision, 24(4), restrictions shall not be placed on the exercise of the right conferred by Clause 3, except restrictions prescribed by law and reasonably necessary in the interest of national security or public order or the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. And I think that's where the essential services thing is coming from. No right essential services from this provision because the Constitution recognizes that it may be necessary in the interest of public order, national security, and other interests to restrict some of the labor rights of certain workers. And those workers for whom that restriction currently applies are the security services. Now, you are making a case for other workers to be included. In fact, when we have been around the country, nurses and medical personnel have also, the argument has been made that their services are essential because life is involved. And so we should also preclude them from having strikes. Now, this is a tough question, right? Because there has to be some trade-off. If you take away a worker's right to strike, which is one of the ways they use to bargain and get their interest met, what do you give them in return, right? Exactly. So there has to be some trade-off. If you take away this right, then maybe you are guaranteeing them some better life or better treatment. Otherwise, we may not even have people go into the profession. If I can't go on a strike and I can't get good pay, what am I there for, right? So some of these things, it's a trade-off. You take this from here, but you must be willing to give something so that you do not basically cheat that profession. So there are some of these issues that we may have to weigh in the balance. A number of recommendations about the protecting the judiciary. The election one is interesting, that you should let the respective occupational groups elect their own heads. It's an interesting proposal, but it assumes that the role of the Chief Justice, if it was like a trade union or a welfare association for the judiciary, then I could see the point, right? But the Chief Justice doesn't just represent the judiciary, actually. The Chief Justice is representing the justice in the country, and so are all the judges. So they are serving the public interest. And so I thought you were going to say because we should let them be elected by the general public. But now you want them to be elected only by the judiciary, and so that we treat them as a self-regulated institution. That is an interesting one, right? But that is your view, so we will note it, right? The jury issue is interesting, you see, and that's why we want a reason. I don't know the current practice, but in the places where the juries originated, the idea is that the community itself, of which the accused person is a part, gets to make a decision about whether we should keep this guy away from us or because of the crime they've committed. And juries were usually very community-based. So you don't select juries outside of the communities where the offender actually resides or where the crime is committed. But I think our practice here probably has changed the way the jury system works, because you can be arrested for a crime in Ho, and the case is being tried somewhere else. And so the community really doesn't get, even if we pick juries from here, they are not the ones pronouncing judgment on their, right? So there's a certain distortion of the role of juries in the way police arrest practices work. If they were working as originally designed, they should be able to just where the crime is committed, where the offender resides, so that they decide whether we should kill you or not kill you. They can take into account, look, this member of our community, really, this must be a mistake. They were a wonderful person, they've done so many things, they must have something must have gone wrong. But if you take a person from where they live, you try them in Accra, and you choose a jury from some different place, they don't even know this person. So I think, in trying to give reasons why the juries maybe should go, that's one of the reasons I think be able to articulate that it is not working. But the idea of having, after all, in the law, the reasonable person is not a judge, right? The reasonable person is a common one of us, everybody, everyday people. That is the most important person in the common law, the reasonable person. So what is wrong with having a lay person from the community being part of the administration of justice? It gives some social legitimacy, right? Because then our own people are involved. Maybe the theory has departed from the practice so much that we may not need it anymore. But I think we should think through it well, because, or maybe the way we reform is with the timber merchant, for example. Why should something be taken? You make an arrest in Accra and you take the matter. You make an arrest in Ho and you take the police or the court sitting in Accra may know the local context in which the arrest happened. So maybe as part of thinking about decentralization also, the decentralization of law enforcement, of administration of justice, there's a court here. There are high courts here. There are courts here. Why do you take somebody from here? It's a unitary state. Why do you take somebody from here and take the matter to Accra? So when you do these things, then it becomes completely lost. And maybe that's how we should think about it. I like the proposal by the Ghana Union, the professional photographer. This is a very interesting point about bills in Parliament that expire when the term of the Parliament expires. Now, this is something we have copied from the English. That's how they do it. When the term expires, you start again. But there's a good argument that maybe it's too costly. You've spent all these months working on the bill, and then for some reason, the term of the government expires, and we throw everything we have done on the bill away. We don't do the same with cases in the court. You don't say that because the Chief Justice has changed or the judge has retired, throw away the case and start anew. So I think it's an interesting proposal that maybe if the bill has traveled to a certain stage and the term of Parliament expires, we don't necessarily throw it away, but that we could actually have it continued, because we're talking about our own context. Maybe it works for England or works for America, maybe it doesn't work for us, and that this is how we should do it. So I think it's an interesting idea. If we think through it, maybe it's something that we can also, so I think people raise issues about rent and all of that. Technically, maybe not a constitutional issue, but the last report from 2011 did some extensive work for the benefit of this committee, and we are using it as one of the primary documents. They also proposed provisions on consumer rights. So we can take a look at what it is that they proposed and why, because a lot of issues have been raised about, the rights of citizens as consumers, and the fact that in this country, consumers don't have any protection. So we can look. I think it's been wonderful. The cap on the number of MPs has come up in many places. People want us to cap the number of MPs, but you have to think about the consequences, right? You want it reduced from 276 to 201. Now, how do we do away with the current number? How do we whittle it down from 276 to 201? And then going forward, when the population continues to increase, how are we supposed to deal with the number? Because constituencies represent people. And with population change, you have to make sure that if I don't know to how many constituencies you have here, but there are 4 constituencies or 2, and a lot of people have moved here from other parts of the region or the country, obviously, Ho will not be fairly represented in Parliament if its number doesn't change. And in those countries that follow your proposal, especially in the US, when population moves around, the areas that get more population get more seats at the expense of the areas that have lost population, so that there's always a balance. So if you want to keep the number fixed, know that this is what is going to happen. We are going to change the boundaries and the numbers based on where population is shifting. So for every proposal, there's a consequence, and therefore people have to think about the implications of what we're doing. But I think the principle that nothing has a cap in our constitution is taken. The Supreme Court doesn't have a cap. Parliament doesn't have a cap. Cabinet doesn't have a cap. Number of ministers, no cap. We don't have caps. And I checked the 79 constitution. You could not have more than 30 ministers, including cabinet ministers, under 1979 constitution. We changed from that and removed any cap. So if we want a cap, yeah, we can take a look at that. So I think I'll end last because Mr. Derek, the SOEs issue, and I like your proposal, it's very specific. The president, the sector minister, president on the advice of the sector minister or in consultation should select the board, and then the board should then select the CEOs and the management through some open competitive process. That's a very, clear proposal. And in fact, many people who are worried about the powers of the president are worried exactly about the state enterprises and how they've been managed. It's certainly not working very well. Namibia, Botswana, other countries have different ways of choosing their CEOs in the state-owned enterprises sector. And I think this is a useful proposal because some of them are too important. Not everybody must be chosen by politics and party and all of that, right? But there are some things that we should find a different way of choosing the management of some of these enterprises. And if you take that together with the IGP, again, your point about the IGP should be chosen by government, it's a fair point. Not every public office is different. Some of them are government offices, like a minister. A minister must be chosen by his president and from the party, no problem. A justice and EC commissioner is not a government job, it's a state job. And then some of them are hybrid, state and government mixed together, because the government wants to have some say about who Cocoa Board, right? So maybe because it's a big entity, if it fails, the economy can crash, and the burden will be on the president. So politically, you must be interested in how that place is governed. But there's also other things that it's not a political job. It's a technocratic job. You need somebody who can actually manage the sector well. So it's a blend of the two. And these are some of the nuances that we have to deal with as a committee in terms of coming up with the right proposals. But I think this has been extremely useful engagement. We've taken copious notes. Our technical team has also recorded everything. So If there are gaps, we can play back and see some of what we missed. But the secretary, he is a modern man, so while I was using pen, he's using his laptop to take notes for us. So, this has been a very enlightening engagement. My colleague has already said our time is up from the secretariat. They are tired. They've been up since, arranging the tables and everything here. So on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you all, the regional minister and his team, eminent chiefs who made themselves available, the regional directors of various departments here and other personnel, service personnel, CSO leaders and everybody, ladies and gentlemen, and then of course our distinguished moderator who did an excellent job, and I think we should applaud her for that. So thank you so much. We've had a good time here, I think, and on that note, I will hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Submissions, the email address, submissions, with an S, submissions, at constitutionreviewgh.org. Submissions at constitutionreviewgh, one word, constitutionreviewgh.org. So thank you very much. Once again, we had Professor Henry Kwesi Prempeh, who is the chairman for the Constitution Review Committee. We have Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, a member. Dr. Godwin Jokoto, a member. Dr. Reina Akumperija, who is the secretary. Justice and our own former EC chair, Madame Charlotte A. Kesson Smith Osei. We thank you very much for giving us also the opportunity to be engaged in this very important process. We are grateful, and our contributions, we believe, will be duly captured. Thank you very much. On this note, we want to invite the Chief Imam for the Volta region to give us the closing prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We thank Allah, the Lord of all creations, the gracious, the merciful Lord, Master of Day of Judgment. Thee we worship, and thee we ask for help. We pray and ask Allah to guide us to the straight path, the path on which you have bestowed all your bounties, not the path or those who go astray, or those you are annoying. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. Sirata allazina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen.